Fuck black history, ain't no black history. This ain't black history, this ain't that you'll see. They don't know about me, you don't know about me. They gon' know about me, you gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave, I was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck black history, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that some movie? I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels for 'em. When I pull up, they pee how the roof gone. We some dog killers, won't chew bones. Know we all spit 'em, we supreme. Somewhere I read a nigga had a dream. Did them dirty, they keep playing back that same to us, but it bullshit. If you win the battle, you can tell the story and delete whoever, get whoever glory. Hope you listen closely, this ain't metaphor. This is straight up real and I prepared you for it. MLK was a motherfucking agent. At first he ain't know it, cause really they played him. They showed him the front of the building, they tell him the back was burning. But the secret they gave him, he tried to reveal it. Go back and listen to that I Have a Dream and the speed that he gave on the night before they killed him. He climbed up that mountain and seen the promised land. That boy was a Mason. By writing, they sealed them documents forever. But I know Masons in Atlanta know better. They said he would kill cause of prejudice, yeah, but they lied to you. Here I come with that shovel on, yelling fuck black history. Ain't no black history. See, they gon' know about me. You gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave. I was born to slide. I am not afraid. Hop about that K. Oh yeah, free the guys. They went out of state. Yeah, I'm a child of God. I do not belong to the United States. Yeah, fuck black history. Tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment. What if I told you was born sovereign and all you ever had to do was admit this shit? What if I told you that this was your ancestor land? That mean that they was the immigrants. Wait, I think there's someone tried to explain that 100 years later. The Negro was still in exile in his own land. Natural birthright, Malcolm X style. What was Holmes saying? That's the curse, right? Fuck black history, ain't no black history. This ain't black history, this ain't that you'll see. They don't know about me, you don't know about me. They gon' know about me, you gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave, I was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck black history, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that some movie? I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels for 'em.
Y'all ready? Hands up, tell 'em, baby. When I had you pass the night, lady, before I blew your mind. Hey, I thought she had a chance, lady. No more, don't let them show you ain't that fine. Ooh, no one to treat you wrong, no one to lead you on. That baby is a bone, but it's no pressure over the law. While we still driving gangsta, still me, still jogging gangsta D. Damn girl, you think you see? We already good. Well, hands up. Cause I feel like slapping all the day. Go ahead. Cause I feel like slapping all the day. Go ahead. I feel like slapping all the day. Go ahead. Hey, Ben, you tryna hit that? I'm trying to hit that. Let me see that booty clap. Shit. Let me see that booty clap. 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 That's good. That's what we say these days. That's so much. Up and down. I gotta turn shorty out. She don't want nobody else. Me and only me. I like this. Don't tell me now. I gotta turn shorty out. She don't want. Hey, Mom, bring it down. Bring it down. What my real niggas at? Look. I can't stand stupid bitches. I keep away.
They ain't gon' ride my boat.
Ain't no time for stupid bitches. I keep away.
They ain't gon' ride my boat.
I can't stand stupid bitches. I keep away.
They ain't gon' ride my boat.
Ain't no time. Hey, look at all the girls looking at me like, why the fuck is he talking like that? Look at her, look, hey. She trying to sell me some pussy. But she ain't finna sell no pussy to me. She trying to sell me some pussy. I told her, nah, girl, you ain't finna sell no pussy to me. She trying to sell me some pussy. Don't stop dancing now. She ain't finna sell no pussy to me. Shorty. She trying to sell me some pussy. Hey, you know what she said every time? She said, man, she said she loved me.
She trying to sell me some pussy.
I'm the only motherfucker make her left that shake. She want that money.
She trying to sell me some pussy.
I said that ice and she trifling to get that cake.
Damn.
Oh shit. What was that? Hey, what? Well, she said she loved me.
She trying to sell me some pussy.
Well, I'm the only motherfucker make her left that shake.
Damn.
She want that money.
She trying to sell me some pussy.
I said it likes that she trifling to get that cake.
Yep.
Keep it there. Keep it there. Look. Y'all looking at us like these niggas is fucking disrespectful. That ain't nothing personal. We just keep it real, yeah?
Keep it 100.
Y'all think the same thing about some bitches too. Even bitches think about bitches like that.
You know.
Well, young ladies, I'm gonna call y'all young ladies.
Unstable creatures, put it that way.
I'm gonna tell y'all gotta feel pretty about yourself. Ladies, look. Hey, see, you can buy your hair if it won't grow. You can fix your nose if you said so. You can buy all the makeup the man can make. What if you could look inside you? Say now, who am I? Hey, let's make them dance. Hey, I told her, let me see it coming, you didn't know it. Hey, you didn't know. I'll make a wish out. Okay. I told her,
hey, here I come.
I got that quarter
Whole town, hey. No, I got that to the It's my guys right here. No. Halle Berry. All right, y'all. Grand Rising. It's not even that early, but Grand Rising to the family. Peace, y'all. How is everything? How is everything, man? Let me see them sunflowers in the chat. I miss y'all down. Oh my goodness. It's been so long. It's been like almost 2 weeks. So I decided to bring myself back on here. Let's have a conversation, y'all, because it's been a lot of a lot of things going down that I've been, seeing with my eyes and just been kind of in the cut, keeping my mouth shut, that kind of thing. Not really saying too much, just really just, kind of hiding in the bushes, if you will. But first, real quick, who came in first? Brown Liquor, peace to you. Darius McNair, peace to you. Boot Camp, what's up, family? Hey, it's good to see everybody. Live and learn, peace to you. Tahanga, I do this wrong all the time. Tahanga Arohatika. There we go. Peace to you. America, my sister. How you been, girl? Yes, peace and blessings to everybody. So, boom. What's up, big dog Philly OG? Peace to you, big OG, the one and only. Okay. So, listen, y'all. It's been a lot of discourse. You know what? Not even just a lot of discourse. It's just been a lot on my mind. As you all may or may not know, y'all know I'm in the online master's program full time. So, you know, my time has been super, super stretched thin, and I haven't really been having a lot of time to go live and talk about, you know, obviously our indigenous heritage and the, you know, the flaws in our history and everything like that. But I have been around on them IG streets. And, you know, I really find it so perplexing that, you know, the level of this indoctrination that we have been put under, to the point where that if we say anything different, if we say anything that, you know, combats from the narrative or anything that goes against the common narrative, people will really find themselves at a disgust or disdain for you and to you and try to treat you a certain type of way. You know, I had a long conversation with my daughter this morning, and I was just letting her know, listen, we are not from Africa. We're not from West Africa. None of that. You make sure that you understand who I am and where I come from. And that when you learn things in school or when people tell you things, that it's up to you to go and do. Yes, I'm teaching you right now, but I said as you begin to grow and get older, it is important that you do research. Don't take my word for it. Don't take nobody's word for it. But you do the research for yourself and you look into it. And that's how you're able to discover the difference between truth and fallacy. I said, and there's a huge difference between truth and facts. It's so many different things that we don't understand, you know, like all of this discourse around the transatlantic slave trade. And we're going to go a little bit into the transatlantic slave trade again, because people really don't understand where the fallacy lies. And I think that is really such a disheartening thing when we're trying to get to a certain point that we're trying to disconnect from this African identity and we're trying to fully embrace our American indigenous heritage. And it's being overshadowed by this narrative behind the transatlantic slave trade. I'm sitting in my car like, if a 9-year-old can understand that it would be physically impossible to do what they claim that they've done, why is it hard for people in their 20s and 30s to grasp that? So first, I want to actually go into this article I saw, y'all. So I'm going to put that up on, is it up on the screen? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, let me put it up here. So I want to pull this article up first, right? So I think that the Quebec Abenaki, that's somewhere in Canada, I believe. And, you know, they pretty much had came out with some research that was stating that that proves that the Vermont tribal members lack actual indigenous or, quote, native heritage. Now, the last time that we talked about native heritage and what they define this idea around native heritage is these people that look Asian. It's that Asian Mongoloid descent. Let's just be very clear. Like anybody that has like a lighter hue of complexion, or not even a lighter hue, but they have that Asian descent look, then they're being deemed as the original people of America. But we all understand and know that the original people of America were also people that looked like us, that were our complexion, that were the many shades of the color brown. And I think that brown being put in the context of people being Mexicans and Hispanics and Latinos, you know, I think that there's a huge misconception and it has to be fixed. But anyway, I'm gonna just start here just because when I saw this, I had intentions on sharing it with the family. But like I said, y'all, as y'all know, I'm in my program and it's been taking up a lot of my time. So, because we're going to go into this, you know, I have an article about identity and how we shape our identity and the things that contribute to why we think the way we do. There's so much indoctrination. There's so much to it that connects to why we think this way, why we have such, not all of us, but the ones who know, but the ones who don't, that have this inferiority mindset and this perpetual victimization around being slaves or ancestors that were slaves with no proof. I sat here and literally challenged the young lady. I'm going to show her video first, and then we're going to talk about it as well. Like there's a few things I have. So I'm just excited. I'm glad to see y'all in the chat today, popping through, showing love. And we're going to get to it. They I see Holy Soly Toly. Dang, Roger W. Peace, Roger W. Anthony Williams. Big Wild Savage, not the little one. Okay. So anyway, all right, let's carry on. So let me just read this real quick. So it says the Quebec-based tribe Salvo is the latest in a years-long battle over the legitimacy of Vermont's 4 Abenaki bands, which gained state recognition in 2011 and 2012. Abenaki leaders in Quebec on Friday unveiled a fresh trove of genealogical research that they say proves specific numbers of Vermont-recognized tribes have no native heritage. Representatives from the Odanak First Nation detailed their claims during a Friday morning press conference, then posted a 730-page report on their website. It used publicly available documents to examine approximately 15 generations of ancestry for 5 prominent members of Vermont tribes, including Don Stevens, chief of the Nohagan Band of the Kusuk Abenaki Nation, Brenda Gang, chief of the Abenaki Nation of Missisquoi, and Shirley Hook, chief of Cowasac Traditional Band of the Coas Abenaki Nation. The report, which also looked at some Abenaki tribe members in New Hampshire, examined each person's ancestry, which it concludes is nearly 100% European. One person might have a native ancestor 300 to 400 years ago, said Rick Obamswain, chief of Odanak First Nation. This doesn't make them a native. The people here in this community and in our nation, our blood is strong. Our ancestry comes from our parents and our grandparents. The Odanak did not contact any of the Vermonters whose ancestry it examined. Reached for comment after the press conference, Chief Stevens, the Nohagan band leader, denounced the latest report, saying it was twisted to fit the Quebec Narratives tribe. He said he had his own genealogical records from reputable sources that prove he is indeed Native American. Many Native people were listed as white or colored on census data based on the census taker's observation to fit in. Now, let's talk about that, because how many times have so many of the people who's pioneered this information has made these statements around the census takers observing people and taking down and writing down what the hell they want to write down as far as who people are and where they come from and what they may or may not look like, and then writing it down. So we can't continue to say that what people are saying about census takers is a lie. Okay? Stevens wrote in an email, many families from Odanak census records and birth records also indicate white, so that proves nothing. Gange and Hook did not respond to requests for comments. The Quebec tribe, that's the person, I guess, and that's Don Stevens. That's one of the leaders of the Vermont tribe. And so we all can understand, like, what's been going on here with this nonsense. And I think it's really, really disturbing when it comes down to when the idea around Black Americans claiming their indigenous heritage, there's always a problem. But there's only a few people really investigating all of these white Europeans and their lineage, and really just coming out now and they're finding out that these people is 100% European. And most of the time they're just getting tribal benefits. And people think that getting a tribal benefits and doing all of that means that you're indigenous. It does not mean that. And you having some type of Asian descent blood doesn't make you indigenous either. What can you prove? Can you prove that your people were here since time immemorial? Or are you just out here just saying whatever you want to say? Like, I've literally challenged people on, hey, go and find me an ancestor of yours that came off one of the slave ships that disembarked from Africa to the United States. You go and do that and prove it that your ancestors had some type of connection to that struggle. And when you can prove it, let me know. Because I think that's the biggest, and I'm going to go into it too, but I think that's one of the biggest things that I have with this whole idea around this narrative. The young lady literally tried to argue with me and say, hey, No, you're conflating the numbers. I'm not conflating no numbers. Go look it up. I've tried to direct it to the Harvard article, which I'm going to show in a minute. That now all of a sudden they only have documents of 200,000 people, including ships and captains. I mean, including the actual slaves and captains. I don't understand. And now the identity around these so-called tribes out here in Vermont is being put into question with very little emphasis and very little spotlight really being put on it. So let's just continue to read. And I know we don't claim Native American. That's not the point. That's not the point I'm making here. The Quebec-based tribes Savo is the latest in the years-long battle over the legitimacy of Vermont's 4 Abenaki bands, which gained state recognition in 2011 and 2012. The Canadian Abenaki have argued that while Vermont and northern New England were long Abenaki territory, members of the tribe all later retreated to Quebec. Any true Abenaki now living in Vermont, they say, can only claim that heritage if they are related to the Odanak and Wallanock bands in Quebec. The conclusions are unequivocal, said Jacques Watso, a member of the Abenaki Council of the Odanak. The individuals studied have no Abenaki ancestry. Some may have distant indigenous ancestors, but they are neither Abenaki nor close enough in time to justify any legitimate identity claim. So that's how they go about trying to determine whether or not they feel you're indigenous or in terms of this idea around tribal recognition. And I think this is more so further on that West Coast side. They can't really speak for like the Southeastern people. They can't speak for us along that Southeastern seaboard, but they can definitely speak for these motherfuckers over there. Excuse my language, y'all. I'm trying not to curse. Daryl LaRoe, an associate professor in the School of Political Studies at the University of Ottawa, said his team examined 10,000 documents dating back to the 1600s as part of its research. The Odanak paid LaRoe $7,000 Canadian for his work, which began in August 2024. Our work establishes facts, LaRoe says. These facts are essential for indigenous people such as the Abenaki to defend their history, identity, and right to self-determination. But Margaret Bruchac says she disputes these, quote, facts. Bruchac, professor emerita of anthropology at the University of Pennsylvania, was among the Vermont Abenaki singled out in the new report. She said that the research in Friday's event and was the latest in an ongoing hate and slander and harassment campaign. Like Stevens, Bruchac noted that the census data is not reliable. See? Now it's not reliable, particularly for records of marginalized people. And she took issue with the Odanak conducting genealogical research on living people without their permission or participation, something she said is highly unethical in the fields of anthropology, sociology, and genealogy. Well, I don't know how true that is about it being unethical. I don't know how true that is, because once you are a public record, people can go and do research on you. They can. And I don't think it's unethical for them to do so. Bruchac wondered why the Odanak want to disparage Vermont Abenaki when members are just living their lives and aren't asking the Northern tribe for anything. No individual, no genealogist, no historian, no tribal nations has the inherent right to dictate anybody's ancestry or anybody's identity or any tribal membership. Bottom line. Yet they sitting over there telling Black Americans, the so-called Black Americans, every day, all day, that they not indigenous. Yet no individual, no historian, no nothing. You have no right to tell people who they are. This is wild work. This is wild work. Oh, hold on, y'all. Was my little thing in the way? Y'all should have said something about it being in the way. I would have moved it out the way. Okay, so let's keep going because I got a little bit more. I want to hurry up and get through this. This article is not that long. So it says, Watso and others at Friday's event used the report to renew their call for Vermont to re-examine its recognition of the local tribes. Lawmakers have shown little appetite for that in recent years. though the Odanak have a supporter in Representative Troy Hedrick. In February, he sponsored a bill that created a task force to review the validity of prior recognition of state tribes. The measure went nowhere last session. These false claims have allowed illegitimate groups to obtain official recognition and rights that rightfully belong to true Abenaki people, Wasso said. This undermines our sovereignty, our ability to define who we are, and our access to our rights and our resources on our traditional territory. The Vermont and Canadian tribes most recently came face to face during a State House hearing in February that quickly devolved into a shouting match. At Friday's press conference, the Odanak representatives offered to try again. We do come in peace, Obama Samwin said. We're willing to sit down and meet with them to discuss it without war, in peace. Okay. So let's move right along. All right. So now, this video is only 2 minutes. And then I'm going to kind of comment.
Enslaved Africans have been shipped to the Americas since the Spanish arrived in the early 1500s. Europeans purchased slaves along the coast of West and Central Africa. The chained captives were forced onto ships destined to the New World for the long and brutal voyage known as the Middle Passage. Conditions on the ships were indescribably inhumane. The enslaved Africans weren't treated as human beings. They were treated like cargo.
See, they always talk about how indescribable the situation was, how awful it was, how terrible it was. Yet, they believed that this type of thing was possible to commit. They were treated like, quote, cargo. What I never understood about this whole scenario is that if these, quote, Europeans or whoever it is, they're the ones that are buying these so-called slaves from Africa. They're buying them and then they're bringing them over to a new world. If you're buying these people, why do you want to buy a faulty product? I never understood that logic behind buying something and not treating it with care. If you want people to survive a voyage and get off the voyage to be able to work, wouldn't you want to make sure that they are in the best condition that they could be in? So you mean to tell me these people got off the boats frail as ever, malnourished, couldn't eat, drink? You know what? Ooh.
Men and women shackled together, stacked on top of each other. There was a process known as tight packing, where you literally had slave trading scientists who tried to figure out the maximum way to squeeze as many.
Have you guys ever heard of a slave trading scientist? Slave trading scientist? Please name one. Please name a slave trading scientist that you know. Because it's outrageous. You heard what he said. Stacked on top of each other. Let's go back. Because today we're going to break down common sense. We're going to break down rationality here because it's getting sickening at this point that we're not even willing to be rational about what's possible and what's not possible.
Men
and not being okay with just being told something.
Men and women shackled together, stacked on top of each other. There was a process known as tight packing, where you literally had slave trading scientists who tried to figure out the maximum way to squeeze as many human beings as possible into the holds of these ships.
Incredibly, about 12.5 million Africans were shipped to the New World between 1525 and 1866.
12.5 million was shipped within a 340-year time span is what they saying. They was all shipped. Okay.
About 15% didn't survive the journey.
And only 15% of that didn't survive. It was way more than that. If we're talking in a hypothetical of this being an actual event that actually took place.
4 centuries of trafficking in human beings. And over the course of that time, we're talking about millions of souls involved and millions of souls lost. And yet people endured. And yet they survived.
The overwhelming majority went to destiny.
See, that's the mental mind fuck right there. That is the mind fuck, the mental mind fuck. It'll be giving, it's like, oh, your people survived. They survived. They're strong. They've conquered and exceeded the odds. Have you lost your mind? You think people shackled together and pushed on top of each other it is any means of survival? Imagine how heavy these people was being stacked on top of each other. We talk about people over 100 pounds. I barely want my daughter sitting on me now that she's a big girl. She ain't fat, but she's a bigger girl. Girl, no ma'am.
Destinations other than North America. Of the 12.5 million Africans shipped to the New World as slaves, it's estimated about 450,000 landed on our shores. While a law passed by...
Y'all keep that 450,000 number in mind. Keep that 450,000 number in mind. When he said that they made it to our shores. Oh, they unchained them to feed them. We always trying to make sense of this. We always trying to make sense of this. And that's the issue. That's the issue. And I got another video on it as well. But it's not that long. Where is that? Okay, there you go right there. I'm going to show it in a minute, y'all. Hold up. Because we have to understand that there is no way that even if you felt like it was possible, it wasn't possible. And you have to get it out of your mind that this type of thing is real. I remember I gotta find that clip because me and Dulcie was in that audio. I think that was on Sonetta show. And I think it was the Jabari guy, somebody who said that they washed him up and what he said, they brought him on the deck and washed him with salt water. Bitch. Let them up on the deck for air. But yet, we just listened to this man literally state that these people were treated like quote unquote cargo. Treated like cargo. So how are people that are being treated like cargo being allowed to be unchained? And we're talking about tight packing. So how were they coming up? How is this happening? How is this rotation happening? Now they love to say that the other 12 million, the other people, the other 12 million, they went to Brazil. The Brazilians don't even look African. Stop this nonsense.
50,000 landed on our shores. While a law passed by Congress in 1808 banned the transatlantic slave trade, thousands of slaves are estimated to have been smuggled into our country up to the Civil War. By 1860, the enslaved population in the United States had grown to about 4 million people, a staggering number when you consider that the national population at the time was 31 million. The horrors of slavery in the United States would persist until 1865, when following the end of the Civil War, the 13th Amendment was ratified. But the repercussions of institutional slavery are still being felt to this day, as African Americans continue to fight for equal rights and for the right to be heard.
Henry Louis Gates is full of fucking shit on my soul. He is so full of it. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. So now, do I have the other article up? All right, let's go here real quick. See, I know a lot of y'all who might have first been rocking with me, might have remembered when I pulled out that Eltis article, and the article said more goddamn Africans came in 1991 than the entire slave trade era. Y'all may or may not remember that.
In fact, the number of sub-Saharan Africans who willingly migrated to the United States in the decade between 1990 and 2000 was larger than the total number of Africans shipped directly to the United States over the course of the entire transatlantic slave trade.
I'm so tired of these people. I'm so tired of it. Okay, so now let's move along. This is what they saying was this is what the life was like on a slave boat, y'all.
Slave trade saw millions of Africans taken from their homeland, shipped across the ocean, and forced to work in brutal conditions in the Americas. The trip itself, known as the Middle Passage, was a horrible, deadly, and inhumane experience. The conditions on slaving ships were dirty, scary, and offered no amount of comfort to the enslaved passengers. So, today, we're going to take a look at the brutal misery of life on slave ships. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know in the comments below what other historic atrocities you would like to hear about. Okay, let's go back and look at this sad and tragic history. Slavery was part of African society long before the arrival of European slave traders. But the type of slavery practiced in the African tradition was very different. Captives, who could be debtors, prisoners of war, or political prisoners, were traded within the continent as a sign of wealth, but slaves were not considered chattel. With the influx of Islamic merchants, slaves from Africa were transported to the Mediterranean, and later to the Americas by European merchants. When Europeans arrived in Africa, they first tried to raid the area themselves. Those raids weren't particularly successful, so Europeans changed strategies and began.
Okay, so they're saying that when these Europeans arrived at Africa, they wasn't just taking all over and bogarting their way up in there. And you think for 1 second that shit was going down here, that we was allowing it here? Carry on.
And buying enslaved people from African slave traders in places like the Kingdom of the Congo. The influx of European money proved highly tempting, and African traders started raiding nearby areas to acquire more people to sell to the Europeans. Captives from throughout Africa were brought together in port cities to be transported across the Atlantic Ocean. As they moved around from place to place on their journey towards the coast, the enslaved Africans would be chained to one another in slave trains. The people in these trains came from completely different backgrounds, spoke different languages, and may never have even seen the ocean before. Another thing that's certain is that most had never been on a ship.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go back. Because this is what's never discussed. The languages that were spoken by all of these people that they claim were kidnapped. I know it was the Tower of Babel on that boat. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. Straight up Tower of Babel. And you mean to tell me that everybody that came here, all of a sudden they're just such fluent English speakers? When we know for a fact that English is one of the hardest languages to learn. And I've heard that from people who are not from this land, who come here. You see how they lie? And whoever's regurgitating this is what they're hearing. It's what they've been told. And this is the mindset that we as a people have to get out of. If there's no tangible proof, these pictures are not proof. These little drawings and all of these things to manipulate your mind, these things aren't the truth. Yeah, let's go back. Yeah, whoa is right, sis. What is going on? What's going on? All right.
Captives from throughout Africa were brought together in port cities to be transported across the Atlantic Ocean. As they moved around from place to place on their journey towards the coast, the enslaved Africans would be chained to one another in slave trains. The people in these trains came from completely different backgrounds, spoke different languages, and may never have even seen the ocean before.
Completely different backgrounds, completely different languages and may have never seen the coast, you got to be shitting me. The fact that they trying to make it seem like this is this is why we don't know nothing now, because of their interpretation of the history that they've put out here. This is why we don't understand. This is why we think it's so easily plausible to accept that we may not ever know. And we can't accept that. We cannot accept that. We can't accept these narratives about our people without proof. We cannot accept these racist theories about our people that keeps us infuriated and keeps us down in society and keeps us believing that we are just these awful people, or these people who couldn't fight for themselves or fend for themselves, just getting raked up and thrown on a boat, tight packed and shipped. Outrageous. So where are all these different languages of these people from? Where are these people from? And then they didn't give a fuck about slaves. Why would they write down who it is? And why wouldn't they? This is a business we talking about here. You mean to tell me that in business we're not keeping notes and we're not? I don't get it. I don't get any of the logic behind what people say to justify that this is an actual event that occurred. And then when people say that this may not have happened, or this thing may not be completely in its full truth, then they want to turn around and ask you, so slavery didn't happen. Slavery in America, happening to our people, prisoners of war, experiencing the injustices of this nation, has nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade. At least in my opinion.
Another thing that's certain is that most had never been on a ship like the ones they were about to board. Once at the port city, slaves were marched onto ships and put below deck. After being freed, former slave Oladua Equiano, who was active in the abolition movement in England in the 18th century, wrote about his experiences. When it came to his journey on a slave ship, he described the initial confusion and shock he felt. According to Equiano, he wasn't sure if the white men were going to kill him or eat him. Once he was...
So, if anybody got a source for Equiano, I would love for them to put it in the... This is like one of the few, quote, firsthand accounts that they claim to have. So, if you guys could put that in the chat, that would be great. I mean, I can go search it myself for real. But this is really mind-blowing to me. This is like a huge mind F. A huge mind F to us. And it's wrong. And you have to shout out the people that's willing to fight against this nonsense.
On board, he saw, in his own words, a multitude of black people of every description chained together, every one of their countenances expressing dejection and sorrow. He was so terrified, he fainted. The chains used on the enslaved Africans would chafe and dig into their skin, making movement painful.
So they're saying that the chains used on these people, would chafe their skin? Are you serious? Look at this picture. Look at this. Look at this. Y'all believe that this is something? Look at this mess. Look at this. There is no way. We're talking about a 90-day journey up to it could take anywhere from 3 to 6 months. And people are packed in here like sardines on their back. Where's the bathroom? Where is this upper deck that they went to walk around? Because here's my thing, and I'm going to keep saying it. We have to take into consideration of the fact that when anything that you buy, because now we're talking in the context of this being some type of cargo situation, right? Anything that you buy, even today, if that shit ain't in good condition, guess where it's going? It's going back, or it's not going to even be bought in the first place. Let's be clear. So I'm trying to understand how they were able to ship these, quote, millions of people healthily, because you're not going to be able to get off and work. It doesn't matter what you say. I don't care what you say. How are they going to get off the boat and work, family? after going through such a treacherous situation like this one. I don't understand it. And I don't see why we can't put that together. Why can't we put that together? Why is that an issue when we're trying to confront this? Right?
Such a high death rate among the Middle Passage, many of the captives would quickly find themselves tethered to the dead.
Being tethered to the dead is crazy. He said many people would find themselves tethered to the dead.
Slave ships were designed to carry hundreds of people, but in the interest of profit, they were...
How were they were designed to carry hundreds of people? Stop the lies. We've shown this Brooks diagram many a times on this channel. Many a time. Look at this nonsense. Many a times. Plan of lower deck with the storage of 292 slaves. 130 of these being stowed under the shelves as shown in figures. That looks like B. I don't know if that's 2 and 3 or what, but y'all get the point. Yeah, I think that's 2 and 3. Look at this. Look at this. So these are 130. That don't even look like 130 people. Don't make me motherfucking count. Okay? Under here like this. And then everybody's on the top like that. And then they're trying to say they were laying like this at the bottom. Look at this. This is really crazy work.
Were usually severely overcrowded. Captives were often packed into the ship so tightly that they had no more than a few feet to move, sit, or sleep. Conditions were so cramped that the enslaved wouldn't even have been able to find a bucket to defecate or urinate in. Thus,
oh my God. Oh my God. They couldn't even, of course not. Of course not. The human body is not going to survive anything like that.
forcing them to stay in their own waste. Engravings depicting the conditions on the infamous...
Forcing them to stay in their own waste. If you lay on your back for too long, what's going to happen? You're going to get an ass sore like no other. I know those splinters was fierce, okay? There is no way. Wow. Look, that's why I wanted to show it, because they spilling the tea. They spilling the tea about how impossible this really is, because there is no way. Hold up, y'all. This is diabolical. So, like, is that a modern day slave ship? Or more modern day? Because what? All right.
No more than a few feet to move, sit, or sleep. Conditions were so cramped that the enslaved wouldn't even have been able to find a bucket.
Look at them Jones. You mean to tell me people between 100 and 200 and something pounds was on these wooden boats at the bottom and the ship was able to sustain itself?
To defecate or
miss me with it.
Urinate in, thus forcing them wouldn't even feet to move, sit, or sleep. Conditions were so cramped that the enslaved wouldn't even have been able to find a bucket to defecate or urinate in, thus forcing them to stay in their own waste. Engravings depicting the conditions on the infamous ship, the Brooks, which were later a key exhibit in the argument against the slave trade, showed how slaves were to be put below deck and carried onto slave ships. Prior to the passage of the Regulation Act of 1788, the Brooks carried over 700 slaves. After the law was passed, regulations restricted the number of captives aboard to about 450. In his memoirs...
Hold up. Look at this. So now, they done went and revised it. Now they got the fake supplies down at the bottom, y'all. But y'all just said that the people was below the deck. This ain't nowhere near the number that y'all said was on these boats. Maybe there's only half of the boat. Look at this. They got my man right here like up on his knees. Look at this. They got the woman right here. Nah, Mo. Look at this nonsense. And I know they're not alive. They can't be. Look at this. This is outrageous, man. 1, 2, 3 of them. 4 of them. Look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Child, don't play. Because even with chains on, you could get busy.
Of 1788, the Brooks carried over 700 slaves. After the law was passed, regulations restricted the number of captives aboard to about 450. In his memoirs, Equiano also described what met him when he went below deck on the slave ship. According to the man himself, the first thing he was hit by was an ungodly stench like he had never experienced in his life. It was so overpowering.
An ungodly stench. Hold up, Mo. You cannot make this up. They did, though.
450. In his memoirs, Equiano also described what met him when he went below deck on the slave ship. According to the man himself, the first thing he was hit by was an ungodly stench like he had never experienced in his life. It was so overpowering, he was unable to eat, and he wished for what he considered his last friend, death, to relieve him. It is known.
Oh, my God. The stench was so bad, you couldn't eat. Bro. But somehow they was able to get off that boat and work on plantations. Miss me with the nonsense.
That slaves were sometimes taken above deck and bathed, weather permitting, but it didn't make much of a difference. The periodic washings were no match for the brutal conditions. The punishment for captives who didn't listen to the crew, tried to escape, didn't eat, or showed any sign of defiance was usually a flogging. When he refused to eat, Equiano was punished by 2 men. One held him by
Hold up. So now they try to make it seem like they were so humane to the point where they fed people. And if you didn't eat, you got beat up. You got beat. Wait. Ooh. They messy. They try to cover all angles.
The punishment for captives who didn't listen to the crew, tried to escape, didn't eat, or showed any sign of defiance was usually a flogging. When he refused to eat, Equiano was punished by 2 men. One held him by the hands and tied his feet, while the other flogged him severely. According to another source, if slaves refused to participate in the daily exercises deemed necessary for the preservation of their health, or if they went about it reluctantly or did not move with agility, they were also flogged. A cat o' nine tails would often be used to administer the punishment.
How is they gonna move with agility after being shackled and chained together at the bottom of the boat for several hours, days, weeks? I don't. This is mind blowing to me. It's such a beautiful thing to be outside of the matrix, people. I'm telling you right now.
Branding and torture devices were also frequently employed to drive the enslaved into submission. When insurrections did break out from time to time, those participating would be met with fierce punishment. Many captives felt they had nothing to lose, however, and would rise up against the crew regardless of the risks. They typically found themselves facing cannon fire, muskets, and more bloodshed.
Oh my God. So y'all shooting cannons at the people on the boat? Like, this is outrageous. I'm serious. This is okay. Hold up. What? Stop this.
Were also frequently employed to drive the enslaved into submission. When insurrections did break out from time to time, those participating would be met with fierce punishment. Many captives felt they had nothing to lose, however, and would rise up against the crew regardless of the risks. They typically found themselves facing cannon fire, muskets, and more bloodshed. Captives were only allowed to go topside when the weather permitted. Otherwise, they stayed in the heat and stench below deck. With hundreds of people bound together in such a small space, Equiano said things became absolutely pestilential, and the conditions bred disease among the captives. According to his writings, the overcrowded spaces, combined with the heat of the climate, was literally suffocating. The conditions made everyone sweat profusely, and the air soon became unfit for respiration from a...
Oh my God. Look, dog. The air is unbreathable. We're talking about air that's unbreathable, people who can't, you know what? Why do they do this to our people? We talk about unbreathable air. Unbreathable air. But people were surviving this. Oh my God. People need to re-examine their mental state. I'm telling you right now. And, you know, and I'm not going to even say that because at this stage in the game, you should be able to understand how humanly impossible this is. Oh, they in trouble. Hold up, let's go. What? We got to listen to that again, family.
Captives were only allowed to go topside when the weather permitted. Otherwise, they stayed in the heat and stench below deck, with hundreds of...
So only when the weather was good was you able to come up and get some fresh air. I don't want... And look at this fake little boat image. This is fake. This is not... This don't have nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade. Just showing anything.
people bound together in such a small space, Equiano said things became absolutely pestilential, and the conditions bred disease among the captives. According to his writings, the overcrowded spaces, combined with the heat of the climate, was literally suffocating. The conditions made everyone sweat profusely, and the air soon became unfit for respiration from a variety of loathsome smells. Many of the slaves became sick and died. The inhumane conditions on slave ships encouraged the spread of disease, particularly dysentery, also known at the time as the flux. In his accounts from his time at sea, slave merchant John Newton describes numerous captives dying due to the flux and the fear of outbreaks sweeping over the ship. According to one former ship surgeon, the floor of the rooms was so covered with the blood and mucus which had proceeded from them in consequence of the flux that it resembled a slaughterhouse. Other diseases, including scurvy, influenza, measles, malaria, and smallpox, were also common, and the mortality rate on slave ships was as high as 15%.
Oh my God. Now they got nets that prevented people from jumping overboard. But let some of these people tell it, oh, they jumped overboard. A lot of them killed themselves or all this. Man, this is the most outrageous story in the history of niggerdom. The history. There is no way that we've accepted this nonsense as a truth. But we have. And it's sick. And that's why it's up to us to continue, whether people like it or not, to continue to educate them. And to continue to let them know, like, listen, we got to think about what's plausible and what's real here. We know about the laws. We know about the things that happen. Yes, you can find it feasible that maybe some Africans came, but not 12 million. And definitely not to the point where they made up who we are, our population, our descent, our people. No, because it was people here. And I'm not talking about them Asians. They try to make it seem like America, the United States, was just this abandoned place. Nobody was here. And they just came and set up shop. And because they felt like they didn't get participation from the Indians, that they just ran to West Africa, grabbed all these people to do the same work. None of that is logical. None of that. This is outrageous. I promise you.
Given the chance, many of the enslaved tried to end their own lives. Their methods, however, would vary. According to John Newton, captives might refuse to eat but try to poison themselves. Others would try to jump overboard into the sea. To prevent this, many...
I want to know what they had to poison themselves with.
However, would vary. According to John Newton, captives might refuse to eat but try to poison themselves. Others would try to jump overboard into the sea. To prevent this, many ships were outfitted with suicide nets. Even if someone could get through the nets, many ships would send boats out to bring them back. And it wasn't for altruistic reasons. To the crew, any enslaved person lost along the way meant a reduction of profits. Because they were deemed better for labor, the majority of captives were men.
So now that meant a loss in products, a loss in coins, a loss of money. But you're treating people simultaneously like cargo and like shit and like trash. But you're losing money when they jump over the ship. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bear with me, family, because every time I listen to these things about this particular history, his story, HIS, emphasis on his, I just get more and more perplexed and more irritated as time goes on.
But women were enslaved too. On the ships, men and women were kept apart from one another. Women and girls were often not kept in chains like their male counterparts. And on some...
Well, now the women wasn't in chains. And the kids wasn't in chains now. Oh man. Oh my God.
Some slave ships, the captain slept in a hammock over the girls. But the women faced some dangers that were different from what the men faced. Namely, they could be sexually brutalized by the crew. John Newton recorded a story about one of his crewmen assaulting a pregnant woman aboard his ship. According to Newton, a man named William Cooney seduced a woman slave down into the room and lay with her brute-like in view of the whole quarterdeck. As punishment for the offense, which Newton believed was the first of its kind on his ship, he had Cooney placed in irons and swore, "If anything happens to the woman, I shall impute it to him, for she was big with child." For reasons of profitability, keeping the human cargo alive throughout the trip was essential. Crew members did whatever it...
Keeping them alive was essential. But how were they kept alive in the brutal conditions you just described previously? How were people alive enduring a horrific smell that probably smelled like death? They were inhaling that and survived? Yeah. Oh, my Lord. The universe, the ancestors. I hope that all the information that's been coming out, that this veil be taken off.
Took to get them to eat. The slaves' diet included bread, beans, and salted meat. If a person refused to eat, they were flogged, as much to punish them as to demonstrate to the other captives that resistance was not tolerated. Take the story of a slave who was transported on the Loyal George, a ship that crossed the Atlantic to Barbados in 1727. He refused to eat until he was reduced to mostly skin and bones and became sick. The captain of the ship, one Timothy Tucker, became outraged and began to fear that the slave's actions might inspire the other 200 captives he had on board. So he had his cabin boy fetch a large horsewhip to flog the slave with. But in this case, it didn't work. Despite the captain threatening to kill the slave, the man simply replied, "Adoma," which in his own language essentially meant,
I don't understand how slaves are being flogged, killed, all on a slave boat. Meanwhile, under the deck, in unbreathable air, and somehow these voyages across the Atlantic, 12,000 ships, people say, somehow this was successful. Now, it's almost done, y'all. It's almost done, because this is outrageous. I don't mean to laugh, but this is outrageous. Look at these photos. So everybody up there watching, while he's chained to the whatever this is or tied to this. Now y'all forcing food down their throat. And I got a bunch of people telling me they ain't give a damn about slaves, whether or not they ate or survived. You know, Lord, please take the wheel, because I'm really worn out with this whole thing, because the idea around the whole transatlantic slave trade narrative is the reason why people feel like they African people and that their ancestors endured something like this.
so be it. Crew members would also force feed the slaves. They used a special piece of equipment called the speculum oris, which was a long, thin mechanical contraption used to force open unwilling throats to receive gruel and hence sustenance. After at least 6 to 8 weeks aboard the ship, the enslaved people arrived at a port in the Americas, and they didn't know what would happen next. According to Equiano, at first, the slaves believed that they were going to be eaten, but the slavers brought some older slaves from land to pacify them. The older slaves told them they were not to be eaten, but to work, and were soon to go on land, where they would see many from their own countries. Equiano recalled, "This report eased us much, and sure enough, soon after we were landed, we saw Africans of all languages. After that, they were immediately taken to a merchant."
How y'all see Africans of all languages? You don't even know. A bunch of people who couldn't understand each other. Child. Ooh, I can't.
Merchant's yard, where they were pent up together, like so many sheep in a fold, without regard to sex or age. At this point, the trip was over, but the nightmare of enslavement had just begun. So what do you think? What do you find most shocking? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, check out some of the...
Yeah, that's diabolical. On my soul is diabolical, okay? I thought I had another... I do actually, but real quick. So let's go here. Now, when I was having this interaction and this back and forth with this young lady, I told her that the slave trade database is moving to Harvard University. So we see the king of deception right here, Henry Louis Gates. And we see David Eltis right here. The king of deception. Okay. So it says, publicly accessible digital tool combines 4 decades of scholarship on more than 30,000 voyages and 200,000 people. Slave Voyages, a groundbreaking tool for data on history's largest slave trades, is getting a new home. Word of the project's upcoming move was shared recently by Henry Louis Gates Jr., the Alphonse Fletcher University professor and director of the Hutchins Center for African and African American Research. Now, when Harvard first started doing, I think it was back in 1961, when they started doing this, quote, Afro-American studies, because someone tried to refute me and say that their mother graduated from Harvard in 1981 and she got an African American studies degree. And I laughed and I said, well, I would argue that your mother's degree says Afro American studies, because that is what it was initially called. Afro-American studies. When we're talking about this quote idea around African American, that terminology, that's not terminology that was embedded in our membrane. That is not something that our ancestors were walking around calling each other. They weren't saying, man, my African American bravo. No, that is not the language. I said, even in the 60s and the 70s, mostly the 60s and the 70s, people were still being called Negro and colored. It wasn't until we get to the Black Power movement in the late 70s or mid 70s, around that time, right, where we see people embracing more of an Afrocentric identity and trying to embrace that and quoting their high hair and their beautiful afros to the context of an African-centered identity. Now, I know people I'm going to show this clip of Malcolm X, and I know people not going to like it, but I'm going to show it because it just shows the level of indoctrination that even our so-called leaders had themselves. When I looked up Malcolm X's trips to Africa, he went to Ghana, he went to Libya, he went to Morocco, he went to a lot of places in the Middle East. On that list, I think was one West African country, and I believe that was Ghana. And I'm going to go double check, and I'll put it on the screen so y'all can see. When someone goes to another country and then they experience that, and then they come back and their mindset is completely different, which is fine. But even in the 60s, they believed that our ancestors were stolen and brought here, being called, quote, Africans in America. But that's neither here nor there, because they want to say, well, Malcolm X said it first, and that Jesse Jackson was not the progenitor of African American, but because Malcolm X said it, he's the person that should get the credit for it. I'm like, none of that. I said African American will always be a misnomer. Always. So anyway, I'm pleased to tell you today that Slave Voyages site, with all of its databases, will live in perpetuity here at Harvard University, Gates announced at the conference dedicated to celebrating the open access resource. Now, when I ask people specifically, when you go on the Slave Voyages, there is no names of these people. And somehow all the names and all of these people's identities are lost in translation within this website, within this place where people are supposed to be able to go and find who their people are. There is no reason why we can go back as far as 1700, 1600 in our history, and we can't find the ancestor who came off that boat that day and walked onto that plantation and started our family lines. If we're talking in context to this being the truth, that is not making any logical sense. And I always ask people, where's your ancestor that came off the boat? I don't want to hear nothing about this story unless you yourself can connect to it. I don't want to hear nothing about no Phyllis Wheatley, no Equiano. Because even from some of these stories around the slave trade narrative, they said that a lot of the Africans went to Europe. It's, oh my God. I'm pleased to tell you today that the Slave Voyages site, with all of its databases, will live in perpetuity here at Harvard University, Gates announced at a conference dedicated to celebrating the open access resource. Slave Voyages was the result of nearly 4 decades of scholarly contributions. We talk about 4 decades. 40 years. Okay. Of scholarly contributions, with researchers from multiple institutions working painstakingly to digitize handwritten records from archives worldwide. So if we're digitizing handwritten records, you don't think people are going in here and being disingenuous along the way? Today, it's a multi-source data set currently housed at Rice University, features information on more than 30,000 slaving vessels that traversed the Atlantic between the 16th and 19th century. Also documented are details on nearly 221,000 individuals involved with the transatlantic slave trade, including ship captains and the humans they trafficked. So everyone else is just lost, right? Everyone else is lost. The project's website, launched in 2008 at Emory University, brings data to life with rich visualizations. A time-lapse animation tracks each of the individual voyages on a map of the transatlantic slave trade. A pair of 18th century French slaving ships, both bound for present-day Haiti, have been recreated in 3D video based on surviving drawings. You can't make this shit up. As Slave Voyages expanded, the Hutchins Center provided funding along with the National Endowment for Humanities, the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation, and Emory University, stepping up to support the project in its new home is the Harvard and Legacy of Slavery Initiative. Education is central to the mission of the initiative. Education is central to the mission of the initiative, said Sarah Bleach, Vice Provost for Special Projects and the leader of HNLS Slave Voyages Database, build on the curiosity of Harvard students who catalyzed the university's ongoing reckoning with its ties to slavery. By confounding the project with the Hutchinson Center, the initiative can help amplify knowledge sharing and visibility, empower scholars and students worldwide, while also reaffirming the commitment to truth. The April 3rd through 5th conference hosted by the Hutchinson Center attracted researchers associated with the project, as well as those it has inspired. This conference brings together generations of scholars who dedicated their lives to unearthing centuries of data that help us understand in detail and with nuance the contours of the slave trade, a quantifiable, brutal trade in human beings that spanned oceans and continents while devastating millions of lives, said Gates, who is also a member of the initiative's advisory council. Over 3 days, sessions covered a wide range of topics suggesting the global scope of the slave trade. The conference kicked off with a panel on the genetic impacts of the slave trade, featuring David Reich of Harvard Medical School, Cassia Brick of the Broad Institution, as well as scholars from Johns Hopkins University and the National Center of Medical Genetics of Cuba. Rice University Associate Professor of History, Daniel B. Dominguez da Silva, who currently serves as host of the Slave Voyages Project, unpacked his findings on Brazil's 19th century slave trade. Jorge Felipe Gonzalez, an assistant professor at the history at the University of Texas at San Antonio, discussed the potential integration of AI. So now they're going to put AI into the database. Jane Hooper, a professor of history at George Mason University is in Virginia, explored shipboard uprisings on Indian Ocean voyages. Nothing to do. I'll leave it alone. A final panel addressed the Southwest Pacific trade with Francis Bobongi Harris, Queensland University of Technology educator and researcher, emphasizing the human cost. It says Gates opened the afternoon sessions with a surprise for Slave Voyages originator David Eltis, an emeritus professor at the Emory University and the University of British Columbia, bestowing on him the W.E.B. Du Bois Medal in recognition of his unyielding vision that brought to life a resource that has transformed our understanding of one of the most cataclysmic and consequential economic, social, and cultural forces unleashed in the history of humanity. The medal is especially fitting for Eltis, Gates added, given the fact that Du Bois, the first Black American to earn a PhD from Harvard University, wrote in his 1895 dissertation on efforts to suppress the trade of enslaved Africans in the U.S. We're going to have to read that dissertation. Look at that. Just a bunch of nonsense every day, all day. Y'all see this? Come on, because what I really want to go back to is here. It only features information. They 30,000 slaving vessels that traverse the Atlantic. Who's calling me? Excuse me, y'all. That traverse the Atlantic between the 16th and 19th century. Also documented are details on nearly 221,000 individuals involved with the transatlantic slave trade, including ship captains and humans they trafficked. I can't remember. I think I interviewed David Eltis back in March. And it's interesting that they are highlighting that they have individuals now. They have people that you can find. It's outrageous. I cannot understand the level in which this indoctrination took place, man, because it's awful. Now he looked past dead. I'm not playing with you. Hold up. So let me go. Do I have it ready? Let me see. Okay. So let's talk about this young lady right here. And I ain't got too much for her. And I'm going to go down and show y'all the comments too, because that's my Instagram and that's me commenting on what she had to say. So let me see if I can start it over.
Sojourner Truth never said, "Ain't I a woman?" That was never a part of her speech. That was part of a fictitious account that was rewritten 12 years later after her actual speech by a white woman abolitionist. Sojourner Truth did not speak with a black Southern accent. Her first language was Dutch, and she was a New Yorker. She did give a speech on women's rights.
Okay, so Sojourner Truth's first language was Dutch, and she's a New Yorker.
It just was not with this dialect and not with this accent, and much of what we believe she said, she didn't. Last but not least, Jesse Jackson did not create the term African American. That term has been used as far back as the 1700s, in the 1800s, and even Malcolm X used it in the 1960s. He's not even responsible for popularizing the term. That was a black woman activist named Ramona Edelin. 3 major examples of fake black history that almost everybody believes. The Willie Lynch letter is fake. There's absolutely no historical record of this person ever even existing. Sojourner Truth never said, "Ain't I a woman?" That was never a part of her speech. That was part of a fictitious account that was rewritten 12 years later after her actual speech by a white woman abolitionist. Sojourner Truth did not speak with a black Southern accent. Her first language
I'm gonna just let her go back through.
Was Dutch, and she was a New Yorker. She did give a speech on women's rights. It just was not with this dialect and not with this accent, and much of what we believe she said, she didn't. Last but not least, Jesse Jackson did not create the term African American. That term has been used as far back as the 1700s, in the 1800s, and even Malcolm X used it in the 1960s. He's not even responsible for popularizing the term. That was a black woman activist named Ramona Edelin.
Do she not know that Jesse Jackson and Ramona Edelin worked together to get that term not only popularized, but put as a racial designation? And people love to lie. People love to lie. So the only thing she might have been truthful about is, let me see if I could find it. And I'm not going to even say she's lying about the Willie Lynch letter being fake and all that, because I agree with that. So let's talk about what she talked about when she said he said it in the 1960s. All right. So they saying because these people said it 1 or 2 times, that is something that everybody identified with and was okay with and agreed to.
African Americans, who are so-called Negro. One of the reasons that it is bad for us to continue to just refer to ourselves as so-called Negro, that's negative. When we say so-called Negro, that's pointing out what we aren't, but it isn't telling us what we are. We are African, and we happen to be in America. We're not American. We are people who formerly were Africans who were kidnapped and brought to America. Our forefathers weren't the Pilgrims. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. The rock was landed on us.
So is Malcolm X an op, y'all? Is Malcolm X an op? What y'all think? I think this is op behavior. Because what proof did he have at this time? I've been trying to find documentation from the 60s, 40s, 50s of things that were being taught. I've been trying to find that. What was the curriculum around the slave trade? They were teaching y'all that?
We were brought here against our will. We were not brought here to be made citizens. We were not brought here to enjoy the constitutional gifts that they speak so beautifully about today. And because we weren't brought here to be made citizens today, now that we've become awakened to some degree and we begin to ask for those things which they say are supposedly for Americans, they look upon us with hostility and unfriendliness. So our unwanted presence, the fact that we are unwanted, is becoming magnified in all of America's preachments today.
What I find so interesting about it all is that they'll always make it seem like because he said this, that makes it right. And no one ever said Jesse Jackson created it. We said he popularized it and he put it into law. He was one of the 4 spearheaders that put it into law as a racial designation, which is a fact. Just be killing me. Let's take a music break real quick, and I'll be right back. Your browser has lost connection to the share screen. Okay, let me reshare it again. Sorry, y'all. All right, y'all. I got one more thing because I kind of want to tie this whole thing together. And then Alabama, I'll drop the link. Okay, hold on. Where is it? I thought I put it. Hold up. Just relax, Sharice. And peace and love to the family in the chat. I love y'all down. You know, it's been a while since I've came through, because I've been really just, like I said, y'all, working hard, getting my little rest on, etc. So just briefly, I kind of want to talk about this because there's always a mental health connection to a lot of this that's going on, right? And when we're talking about who we are, the identity development around who we are, and like the important roles of history and how that takes precedence into our overall thinking and mindsets about who we think we are versus what we know, right? So identity development of Black Americans, the role of history and the importance of ethnicity. So this is by Vicky M. Mays, She's a PhD, Los Angeles, California. It says, the historical and cultural forces that have affected the identity development of Black Americans are analyzed, and particularly the psychological effects of historical events in shaping the identity of Blacks is examined. Revealed are the critical influences that social, historical, political, and economic movements have had on Black Americans because of their, quote, powerless status. Powerless status. Ethnicity and culture are important detriments in the development of a positive and healthy sense of self for Black Americans. Nature versus nurture in identity development. So Erik Erikson, for those of you all who don't know, he's a German psychologist, I believe. And he pretty much came up with different types of studies. Mainly his thing is the 8 stages of development. That's mainly Erik Erikson's area that he's developed, you know, like from infancy all the way up until adulthood, and just talking about those 8 stages that you go through as a person and how those developments take place. And I'm not going to get into that today, but just kind of so you guys can understand who Erik Erikson is, and just so y'all know, like, this is a German American psychoanalyst or psychologist, whatever. Okay. Erik Erikson believed that identity must be examined not just from an individual perspective, but also in terms of the individual's relationship within the social and historical developments of society. Berger and Luckman support this view, stating that no human thought is immune from the ideologizing influence of its social context. This position opposes the idea that an individual's inner motives, egos, and traits are the primary detriments in the development of identity. In a model of mental health for Blacks, whether genetic predispositions or environmental factors are to be emphasized in the determination of identity becomes an issue worth critical examination because of its implication for treatment approaches. Mosby has illustrated these views of personality formation in a schemata of Figure 1, which I'll show y'all in a minute. It is Mosby's contention that cultural forces are more influential than genetic factors, and that the Black Americans' identity is shaped by the dominant culture of whites. She conceptualizes Black identity as developing in a psychocultural framework of oppressed individuals. So what are they saying here? That our identity has been shaped by not only a dominant white Western culture, but it's also being shaped by the framework of being oppressed and the history behind them saying that we have this oppressive history, this oppressive nature, that we come from the bottom of boats. All of those things are contributing to what we will call this oppressive nature. In mindset, thought, actions, everything, right? It says Black persons develop within a culture that teaches that all their behaviors, beliefs, and characteristics are inferior, maladjusted, and inadequate. So even when you got a so-called Black American saying, hey, my ancestors didn't come from Africa. My ancestors were already here. We're coming up in a culture that's telling us that anything that we think and feel and know, believe, whatever, it's all inadequate. It's all inferior. It's all, you're just the bad people. All right? I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Thus, Black Americans internalize a sense of inadequacy. Mosby believes this cultural dominance counteracts and overrides the positive aspects of Black Americans' own innate subcultural influences. So here is this model that she was talking about in figure 1. And as we see here at the bottom, we have the key. So the O is considered the individual. The square is considered the culture and its constitutions. That X is considered like the time and your growth. All right. And so when we're talking about but the large size means that that outer circle is the dominance, and the small size is the inferiority. So I'm guessing that this right here is that large size, and down bottom is that small size right there. Okay, it's the small size down here. Okay, and then we're talking about the direction of the influence when they have these arrows here. So we're talking about the individual. We're talking about, and this is from birth. Then we're talking about the culture and its institutions equals time and growth. And here we have our thought process, how we mature, how these cultural things, how these things that we've learned about ourselves from birth, how all of these things come together and impact us now, and how it's affecting our ability to mature in the correct way. And I believe I'm explaining that correctly. It's actually really sick. And it's sad, actually. And I thought this was very interesting. And I've been sitting on this for a while, but I really thought this was interesting. The Black American lives among societal institutions founded on the philosophy of the Euro-Americans that promulgate their own superiority and the inferiority of the Black American subculture. Figure 1 shows what happens to individual development when culture is the dominating force. Figure 2 depicts the difference in personality development. In personality development for a white individual and for a Black individual within white cultural dominance. Yep. Mosby believes that Black persons, because they are enveloped by patterns of depersonalization and conflict in social values and experiences, are condemned to unavoidable and unresolvable conflict and struggle for a satisfying identity or self-image. She concludes that the Black person's struggles are ended only by death, leaving the problem as a legacy for the next generation. Mosby's final statement seems rather harsh and pessimistic. The Black Power movement of the 1970s has tried to help Blacks to break out of the pattern and achieve a better self-image. However, resolution cannot come through the efforts of Black Americans alone, but rather with some acceptance of whites, but rather with some acceptance by whites of a role in this change. This acceptance can be legislative rather than attitudinal, though a change in attitudes. Okay, what's that? Is that figure? Oh, yeah, this is figure 2 and 3. So she was describing these figures here. The white individual of dominant culture, and then the Black individual of minority culture. So when you see this, hold up, y'all. I should have went down when she had said that. So hold up. Let me go back. So figure 2. So I described figure 1. I think I was pretty accurate there. And figure 2 depicts the difference in personality development for a white individual and for a black individual within white cultural dominance. Okay, so let's go down. We already read the whole paragraph. I'm going to just go down here. So it says Mosby's racial comparative view of personality formation. So look at this. From birth and to development, we have the white individual dominant culture, hope, high aspirations, compatible psychocultural values, self-actualization, minimal anxiety, depression, frustration. And then look, when we go to the black individual of minority culture, you got anxiety, irrational disturbance, withdrawal, aggression, depersonalization, rejection, denial, divergent policy and practice, hostility. And this is all over time. And additive influence right here. That's what the triangle and the X says. I mean the triangle, time. And then we got the plus. The plus is additive influence. So we're talking about the individual. We're talking about the black individual in particular on this second figure, the second part of this figure here. Then we're talking about the birth. When we're born into this type of situation, when we're born into a larger so-called European white society or whatever they're trying to insinuate here. And then we're talking about the black subculture, which is the triangle. And then we're talking about the development. And then from all of that, we get this: anxiety, irrational disturbance, withdrawal, depersonalization, aggression, rejection, denial, hostility, diversion policy, and practice. It's just crazy. So anyway, this acceptance can be legislative rather than attitudinal, though a change in studies would be more effective. A change in studies would be more effective. A change in studies would be more effective. An important premise of this paper is the notion that social, political, and economic events can influence human behavior. So when people are constantly under the freaking guise of their people was at the bottom of the boat, our people was getting whipped, beat, chained together, all of these things, this is currently what we see today, a lot of it inadvertently affecting us as a whole, as a people, because of the constant victimization around this negative narrative. And then number 2, constantly being told that is what our history is subjugated to, at least in my opinion. So it's really a lot. And we have to really, that's why it's important that what we're doing is what we're doing. And we're getting on board with this narrative being completely dismantled and washed away. We cannot continue to allow ourselves to be immersed into such a negative historical traits about our people when they have not presented any proof that any of this is true. When we see the numbers are so small, when they are stating, hey, more Africans came in 1991 than the entire slave trade era. The entire slave trade era? Yeah, some things have to be rethought. Some things have to be, we have to fix some things because this ain't adding up, baby. The identity of Black Americans has been greatly influenced by cultural forces of the social structure. And we know that to be true. We know that to be true. Within this framework, historical and psychocultural influence on Black Americans' identity development will be analyzed, beginning with slavery of the 18th century. For psychohistorians have misinterpreted the unique psychological aspects of the experiences of Black Americans when interpreting the history of Blacks, developing relevant psychological theories. So look at this. This is what they say about slavery. It says, economics is an inherent part of the institution of slavery. In the 18th and 19th centuries, Blacks were bought and sold as pieces of property for cheap agricultural labor. This is what's shaping our mindset right here. Families of Blacks in both America and Africa were broken in both America and Africa were broken up. Husbands and wives, parents and children were separated. The prevailing philosophy of that time, inherited from the Renaissance, from which flourished industrialization, capitalism, and urbanism, was the principle that all were free to follow their own ambitions or appetites without any subordination or allegiance. All that this meant for the Black American slaves was that they were merely a means to an end of wealth, success, and power for the white master. Child. Oh my God. A major way Black slaves within the context of the majority society validated their identity was in the objectification of work activities or productions. This objectification was necessary in Black American survival because the institution had reduced them to the state of pure object with no human identity. You see this mindset here? You see this? This is why we think that we don't, that's why people think we ain't shit. We didn't have no identity. We weren't human. We weren't this, we weren't that. All of that is a psychological mind fuck. Excuse me, y'all. I'm trying to stop cursing. But that's what it is. The psychological effect of the slave role left Blacks feeling both fearful and angry toward the majority population. The anger resulted from a sense of the oppression and inequities of slavery. Many of the rebellions and uprisings were based on a knowledge that were less restrictive and more humane environments. This type of rebellious anger, when manifest by Black Americans, has usually been interpreted by culturally ignorant psychologists as reflecting an inward anger or hatred of self leading to a negative self-image. A different interpretation is that conversely, such anger may reflect a healthy personality reacting to unjust forces of the social system. Anger was also used as a disguise for fears and feelings of inadequacy. As a commodity, slaves were aware that, quote, super nigger characteristics would bring favors to the families and reprieves from cruelty. When these characteristics could not be achieved, feelings of anger sometimes emerged to hide the feelings of worthlessness. Black slaves knew that failure to produce a quota of work, even a failure based on realities of sickness, injury, or age, could result in death or in being traded and separated from one's family. And at all times, Black slaves lived with the fear of brutality and cruelty, which were often suffered at the whim of white masters. Now, it's easy to take this type of narrative, and I'm talking about when we're talking about from childbirth up until you're matriculating through your adolescence and you're going through school and you're going through different aspects of life and you're learning these things. Once again, things that are just being said, but not really proven. And now we know, because when we look into our families, we don't see that type of history. I think what's perplexing is, how is this history affecting us today? And why this could be hard for a lot of people to kind of let go of and kind of see that, hey, you're not just a slave. Your ancestors were not just a slave. They were not. It wasn't the way that they're making it seem. But this type of reality has really plagued our people, and it has manifested itself in 2025 in ways that are unimaginable. That's why they have these things called post-traumatic slave disorder. They have all these different things that can describe like the historical context or the cultural context around why we are the way we are today, and why we don't behave in ways that is indicative of what they would consider normalities in society, why some of us are successful and some of us are not. They want to contribute this to a legacy of slavery and a legacy of being snatched off slave boats from Africa. And in turn, like I was saying earlier, it puts us in a position now where we are just perpetual victims. And the truth is, your personal self never experienced it, but you're experiencing inadvertently some form of PTSD behind it, even though you yourself never experienced it. And I think what people get so, and we're gonna go to the defense mechanisms. That's a pretty good part. But I think what we find so interesting, what I find so interesting is that we, let me just relax. We find a lot of solace. That's what I'm looking for, in being able to attach ourselves to some sad story, to some awful plight. And don't get me wrong, because a lot of things that has happened in this generation to our people, not just in this generation, but the ones prior to this one, have been awful. There is things that need to be paid. There is things that need to be corrected. Yes. But what I'm trying to explain is that you can see how the legacy and history of slavery really does have a full-on impact on people, and our people in particular. And when we're trying to address them with something different, it's kind of like, no, that's not true. That's not real. You're lying. How you gonna say slavery didn't this and didn't that? It's because of the perpetual victimhood. That's what it's because of. And this is something that's been done since we were children. And it's not right. It's not right. So let me see. Let me move along. Survival strategies as defense mechanisms. To cope with these feelings, some Blacks engaged in adaptive survival strategies that some psychologists will refer to as defense mechanisms. One strategy used was that the adopting whites stereotypes about Blacks. I don't like when they say Blacks. The identification process led Blacks to display stereotypic behaviors of incompetence, laziness, and other negative attributes. For some, an internalization of this identity occurred. The white master's conceptualization of the slave role became a sense of identity rather than a periodic adoption of a role. The white master's conceptualization of the slave role became a sense of identity rather than a periodic adoption of a role. And when we and that's why a lot of so-called Black Americans too have a lot of disdain towards YT people and things like that, because we really believe in this white slave master shit. What I want our people to really do is to truly go back and do the research, because I'm still schooling my family right now, because in May we all supposed to be getting together. Shout out to my peoples down in Middleburg, Virginia, Loudoun County area, Fauquier County. Shout out to all my peoples down there. And I had to keep it real with my aunt and tell her, I said, I know what you think you believe, and it's okay. But I'm going to tell you that there is no history of slavery in this family. And I have all the documentation, and I'm ready to, get more documentation and put it together for them so I can completely show them, hey, it's not what we think. Because I got some of my cousins and them who know the truth, and then you got some of your cousins and your aunts and them who don't know the truth. Now, my first cousin twice removed. We're first cousins twice removed because my great grandfather and her father are brothers. She's 89 years old. Now she's on one particular, so my grandmother married a man named John. I'm not going to put his last name, but My grandmother married my great grandmother. My grandmother married a Hughes, and then also it is what it is. My great grandmother married this particular Hughes as well, and they go back as far as to when the last name wasn't that. When the last, like, they go so far that the last name changed like 2 or 3 times. The last name changed several times in history, to the point where I was able to get to a 3rd and 4th great grandmother who are American Indians. And my 89-year-old cousin told me that she'd work on getting those photos for me of them. And I'm going to put them up here when I get them pictures. Because she specifically, and this 89-year-old woman is not going to lie. And she was like, you know, Sharice, they are American Indians. And she said, I feel so bad because I didn't get a chance to ask my mother or my father a lot of things. But she said a lot of things we already grew up knowing. And it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. Yep. That's right, Tahanga. That's right. That's right. And I'm going to be teaching about that real soon too. So people can understand like how deep the history goes and how complex it is when we got the forces of education and indoctrination at play. So Black slaves, rather than feel powerless, hopeless, and without a sense of self, found that identification with the master provided the power of the master. With such perceived power, slaves felt that they were in a position to treat other blacks as the master had treated them. In actuality, such identity frequently did render some slaves more power, for often less abuse was levied and more favors were granted according to the acceptable behaviors exhibited. Positions of authority, comfort, or education were often the reward. So when we have this mindset around a slave mentality, a slave narrative, a state of just not well-being, but just a state of bad well-being, like a state where we're just not in a position to do anything, to defend ourselves, to say anything, to be in one with our true identities. All of these things are taking place in regards to this narrative here. And I do find it often sickening. So give me a second. I found this article to be very, very interesting. And not because I agree or disagree, but because it put me in a position to kind of understand why a lot of our people feel the way that they do, why our people think certain ways about themselves, and why we can't seem to come from up under that umbrella of this mindset about our people. And to me, it's really mind-blowing. And anything that we want to connect ourselves to, or we got the evidence to connect ourselves to, is often being pushed to the side like, that's not true. They were slaves. They were like, it's awful. When I've sat up here and shown y'all plenty of documentation, which I'm not going to show no more. I will show those pictures of my 3rd and 4th great grandmothers, though. When she get back to me on that, I will show that. But we got to understand that it's so much deeper and it's so much more complex. This is like a psychological warfare that's been put on us. All right. Hi, Ali Bamloo.
Baby girl, baby girl.
How you
My
doing?
unofficial adopted daughter. Keep 'em running. Girl, I've been missing you for weeks. I thought you ghosted the nigga. But let me say something before because I really want to talk with you about the DC politics and the shutdown. But I
Mhm.
sent you something while you were talking. Are you familiar with constitutional psychopathic inferiority?
Yes.
I think we
Yes.
talked about it briefly
Yeah.
with someone else before, but I resent it to you because unfortunately it's a PDF and it shows where it was instituted in the law schools through law libraries and dictionaries.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh,
what say you about that term, constitutional psychopathic inferiority?
I think what that ultimately says is that we we are just pretty much, let me see how I could put it. It's just to me it just kind of relates to like delinquency and just it's been it's almost as like it's attempting to kind of link certain, personality traits and behaviors to certain racial groups like black people. And it's
And
just,
that first statement is using the term black. So you've
yep.
already laid it out what you were just saying there, but it's interesting you use the term delinquency and
Hmm.
also vagrancy. Would you care to elaborate on how vagrancy laws turbocharged the convict leasing that started in 1867 right here outside of Houston in what is referred to as Sugar Land?
Well, I would have to get back to you on that.
Well, vagrancy, delinquency, I'm just saying you brought the
Yeah.
terms up, but it's become a certain thing in contemporary use. So the projection on what is a vagrant, what is a truant individual, someone not going to the school system, a delinquent is considered what?
Oh
As
yeah.
a category. You feel me, sis? So a lot of people don't understand what eugenics actually was. They termed morons and imbeciles. And actually they targeted quote unquote white females that are considered trash. Okay? So
Mhm.
what was a moronic and imbecilic person? Since you're
Hmm.
the one pursuing your master's in health and keep doing that because our mental illness, you know my message. I won't stay on point. There's only one American and there's an identity crisis being known as the Negro. So it is the American known as the Negro. We're not a Negro. We're not colored. Yes, that happens to be a category one can use by describing color spectrums. A copper colored group of people are the Aboriginal people of this land, but that does not make us colored. Colored is a category, correct, sis?
For sure.
And to
Most
create a
certainly.
color category is to suggest there's a white category. Walter Ashby Plecker. And since you're going to Virginia and your kinfolk, you know that's where he got this shit started in the vital statistics of Virginia. So when we let dimwit individuals, whether it's NAC, Shah Sun, YK the untruthful nigga, does it matter what their intentions are? And it's not to me an issue of agent, not agent, op behavior, non-op behavior. The results speak for itself. Do you think I give a damn about what you intended to do? Now, the malicious, malignant nature of people who want to think they are white is evil. Period. Point blank diabolical. I don't care how you might want to rationalize so you sleep good at night because you're trying to bed down a white individual. Because you're trying to populate a world of good hair and fair skin. You feel me, sis? And I'm not bragging on you or women
You came off if you want,
in
big dog.
general. I'm talking about all individuals who think they are. You familiar with Blanqueamiento? No, you've heard it before. And when you're using another language, Spanish, uplifting the race is the intentions of Blanqueamiento. A blanqueamiento literally means whitening.
Yep.
Not your teeth, your people. Okay. So when you have an organization, and it's on their website if you choose to look it up, La Raza, that's the race in Espanol. To uplift the race is to depigment a people. And who are those people? The mestizos, the negritos, the black abuela that they all like to claim. They all claim to have a black grandma, but they never say shit about Pawpaw. You ever notice that?
Yeah. Like them papas is them
the
Asiatic
conquistador
guys.
bastards that put them on the path of blanqueamiento. So that Portuguese Spaniard conquistador impregnated the black abuelita, however many grapes you want to put on that great grandparent. But now you in the 21st century trying to do what?
Erase.
J-Lo, fat floppy hoe. Do you know he looked like Dennis the Menace? You ever seen the pictures of Fat Joe when he was a child?
No, you say he looked like Dennis.
Girl, they didn't call him pale, they called him translucent. Now you know how kids do in school setting. He had green eyes and blondish hair.
Wow. Yeah,
and this fat sloppy hoe is saying what now in the 21st century? That he had something to do with the creation of a culture? Hip hop?
Exactly.
Rap music? You see the depths of depravity that people will sink to, the diabolical lying and propagandistic narrative that they desperately must cling to while attaching it to the American known as the Negro while saying that person is a nigga that ain't shit. Now, I don't give a damn what the intentions are. That shit sounds diabolical to me, baby girl. What's up, big dog?
Grand Rising, brother. Much love and respect. Sharice, you already know my sister. Always love and respect my brother Alabama. Grand Rising. Much love to both of y'all and everybody in the chat, man. Power to the motherfucking people.
All day.
You know, I showed the picture of my mother and father. You know what I mean? The picture of them holding me as a young child. But yeah. Beautiful topic, beautiful presentation. My sister Sharice, like always, dropping the knowledge and the facts. You know what I mean? While I was listening to those stories, I was like, they some bad storytellers. Terrible storytellers. You know, and they were getting paid to tell these stories. But just because they're telling the story don't mean it's real or true. See what I'm saying? It could be someone's imagination or a straight up lie that they just like talking about. But you brought your receipt, so like always, love and respect. My brother Alabama, you already know. I just wanted to tap in because, like I said, they're just stories. You know, every book you got nonfiction, you got fiction. Just because somebody wrote it in a book, don't make that story real. Like you said, those conditions, it's conditions that's going to deteriorate the body. That's going to break the body down and make you at your weakest point or unalive you.
That's right. And the whole point of all of this was ultimately people can understand how these negative narratives and these things that they claim happen in our history connects back to our mental health in such a way that we carry it on as if this is something that not only we feel like we personally experience, but in our mindsets, it's kind of like we feel like our ancestors went through this. And it's bad for our psyche and it's bad for our health when the truth is not being told. And that's just my biggest issue with it all. And I was just trying to tie it all in to like these mindsets and how when we're learning this from childbirth up until school age times and adulthood, we really do believe this nonsense. It's crazy. I ain't gonna say it's crazy, but it's just
It's like believing a made up story.
Yeah.
And trying to live it in your mind.
Yep.
But is crazy a clinical term or a colloquial phrase?
It's a
'Cause you know
colloquial
it triggers
phrase. I'm not
people.
supposed to use crazy. I'm not supposed to say crazy, so my bad.
You know,
But
because you're studying, you're pursuing
yeah,
your master's
crazy is
in
not
mental
what we're
health.
supposed to use. Yeah.
But
Like
it
what's
is
a
used so
person
frequently in
experience.
language, though. It is used in connotative and in a denotative manner. There's nothing good about it. But why is it we don't have the same understanding about the term black itself? And I know you've seen the movie Malcolm X and Denzel's portrayal. There's over 100 definitions, and none of them are good except the one about money. And to be in the black is about a business getting out of the red.
And Sharice, you know, in that video, my bad, Alabama, you already know, much respect. You know, it talked about the so-called slaves. Why would they take them on water when you can take them over the desert and sell them to the Arabs? You see what I'm saying? That would be a safer route, and you would have more slaves. Who gonna put somebody on a ocean, unpredictable, when like they said in that video, the Arabs was enslaving the Africans, and the Africans was enslaving their own people to the Arabs, where they don't have to, they just take them over, like I said, the desert, and enslave them in the Islamic countries. That makes more sense than them putting them on a boat and the worst conditions and thinking they're going to survive. And that's the part of history that they talk about, but they really don't talk about enough, that they didn't have to send them people to America or these other countries. They could have kept them in the Middle East and enslaved them over there, where slavery is still legal in 2025. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
But Big Dog, you see that they are marginalizing David Eltis, and this baby girl did a great presentation. Then somebody else tried to tag team on it. But wait a minute though.
She got
In the
a
timeline,
great presentation.
well, hold on though. In the timeline, notice how they tried to dismiss her, and I'm talking, but you know what I mean, Sharice. I don't need you to necessarily brag on yourself. But Top Cats, Unscrambled Mind, and Sonetta all tried to use David Eltis in different ways, including Autonomous Party. If I'm not mistaken, he was even on with them. Correct?
You can turn on your camera.
Mm-hmm.
Now I was saying, someone entered backstage. I was telling them they could turn off their camera if they want. Okay. Actual sound.
What's happening?
Nothing
My
much.
bad. What's good
Up
with
here
you?
building.
I feel that. I see you was live. I figured I'll pull up and show some support real quick.
Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Right. Go ahead, Alexander.
No, I'm saying the simple facts of arithmetic that are dismissed and ignored. David Eltis said very clearly he is personally handing the baton over to Skippy Gates under the funding at Harvard. And how many, so repeat what you just said in your presentation, Sharice. How many continental Africans have come here in the 20th century, overwhelming the minute, I would stress, numerical evidence of transported African slaves throughout the entire 400 years we're being triggered into believing 400 years of slavery. Could you elaborate, sis, on that again?
Yes. So when David Eltis first wrote, one of his first papers that I had, or articles, or whatever you want to call it, that I saw was him discussing the numbers of the transatlantic slave trade and discussing the idea around how modern day technology and different things can influence how people regurgitate these numbers and oftentimes falsify a lot of these numbers as well. He made it very abundantly clear and stated that in the course of the entire slave trade, over the course of from 1991 up until the year 2000, we had more Africans migrating into the United States willingly than the entire slave trade era combined. So when we're talking about combined here, we're talking about combined. They said allegedly only 300,000, maybe less, because now they only have 200,000 people on record that they said came directly from Africa to the United States. Now we're talking about an
And
influx.
hold on, sis. And the fact still remain: 85% of them went to Brazil alone.
Yep, even 85% of them. They're trying to say that the 85% it can account for the alleged 12 million number, but we know that the 12 million number has went down to 10 million and even lower.
And it's not Skip Gates having to be forced to state the same things out of his white taskmaster's mouth.
Yep, verbatim. Verbatim.
But what are these coolie coon buffoon pan goofy motherfuckers keep trying to do?
Yeah, it was interesting that I was being undermined about these numbers, because I think that that's what we have to keep in perspective when we're talking about this. Because if we're talking about David Eltis saying, yes, I'm about to get to that now, when we're talking about by the time we get to 1870, and I'm gonna pull his article back up, we're talking about 0.1% of all people who were in the of all the so-called black people that were in the United States, only 0.1% are African born. We have to look at that. And we're talking about by the 9th census of the United States of America, by the time we've developed this census, we only got 0.1% of people being African born around this ideology that the transatlantic slave trade is still taking place under the guise of smuggling and all of these illegal actions that are supposedly going on at this time. Meanwhile, we got a ton of wars being fought. We got people being emancipated. We have all these many different things going on. By the time we get to 1870, the 9th census of the country, we only have 0.1% of people being born in Africa. So I really do think that it's pretty diabolical, to say the least. And I just wanted him to really try to elaborate on why these numbers are so low and how does that connect to the Black Americans in America right now, the people that are here right now. And at the same time, trying to get him to explain, hey, well, how do we connect to these people that y'all say is our ancestors that came off these boats? But we can go so far back in our history, but we can't seem to connect to the people who came off these boats. And there's always a ton of excuses. Oh, they didn't keep documents. They didn't document this. Yes, they did.
And here's the diabolical nature, sis. Take 3,000, 30,000, 300,000.
That's what I'm saying.
Get
up out of here.
All right, True Zone, thank you for coming.
Anytime for sure. I gotta get this work
before
done.
Before you go, bro, did you find a nigga in your woodpile?
Who's just talking right now?
Alabama.
Who?
Did you find an African nigga in your woodpile? And you don't have to answer me, bro.
You thought all about your name is Mike Jones. I don't know who you are, Alabama. You said that I fuck. What you mean that I find a nigga? What you mean by that, man?
The African nigga in your woodpile. That's all I'm saying.
Nah, bro. Nah. I don't know nothing about no African.
She finna go in on Skippy Gates, though, bro.
My brother True Zone, man.
Now, I don't know nothing about no African, man. Matter of fact, I had my mom come up on my panel a couple weeks ago. And she conveyed to everybody, now we from Mississippi, man. I don't know nothing about no motherfucking Africa, man. So, nah, I don't know about all that, man.
All right, Mom.
So,
shout out to her.
I ain't an African nigga. I'm a Mississippi nigga, man.
All right.
But all right, for sure. Y'all be easy. All right, man. Y'all be easy.
Right, yeah, we ain't got nothing going. Just talking some information. So, yep. And I think that's what you made a good point, Alabama, when we're talking about the idea around him regurgitating exactly what David Eltis said, because he has spread so much misinformation. Skip Gates, I've thought about emailing him a few times, but I think he spread so much misinformation that it doesn't make any sense.
But sis, how does that work in the foundation of causing mental duress? And when you circle back to that constitutional psychopathic inferiority, I know it's a very lengthy document, so keep that in your archives.
Pages,
Yeah, keep that in your archives and go into how they codified into legal thinking, not that it is lawful, but they codified into legal thinking the inferiority complex. And so how do we address that when we got so-called scholarly niggas? Go ahead, sis. Good.
It's because they are, in a sense, they're warped too. They're indoctrinated as well. And if they're indoctrinated into a certain mindset and thinking, and a lot of them honestly are agents, they're against our plight. They're not for it. And I've watched Henry Louis Gates when people, and I can't find that clip anywhere, where he was trying to tell a particular family that they didn't have indigenous ancestry. They brought him into their house, show him photographs and everything, and he still tried to deny it. He is not for us. And it does contribute to a huge psychological mindfuck when we're talking about the idea around identity and who we are and what our identity is being predicated upon, which is a notion and a narrative around being enslaved, being inferior, being inferior, being oppressed, and all of these things that contribute to like that mental state of depression and all of these different things that we experience, that anxiety, all of those things that they showed on that chart. Let me go back, because I want to be clear why I'm saying it. Because when you're forming a mindset like this, when we're learning these things, it's shaping our identity. It's shaping how we think. It's shaping how we feel about ourselves. So when we're talking about, that's why I say he's a huge player in this game, and he's really, really at the center of the psychological mind babble. And this is what, and that's, I'm going to go back to
How
this chart.
diabolical is it for a young man, barely 31 years old, say that black women have an inferior IQ and that a black pilot, and you know what I'm talking about, but cook on that and wrap that in there, why a bastard who was given $100 million and an organization to go to college campuses to suggest what about the American known as the Negro. Cooks this.
Who are you referring to that went to these college campuses? Are you talking about?
Kirk got murked. When Kirk got murked.
Okay.
Did they not shut down 6 HBCUs and blame us for some white-on-white assassination?
Which was crazy. That's it's interesting though, because when you looked around social media and you seen the reactions to that particular situation, you saw a lot of our people not giving a damn one way or another. And I think that was so disturbing to those people that our people did not give a shit about it. And it was interesting too, because when I was able to go back and listen to some of the things that were stated on his part, it was just really insane, the level of just disdain and disrespect that he had for our women. And the only reason why people are able to say, well, what happened during the civil rights era that you guys still can't be successful today? And it almost gets thrown back in our face as if it's not it's not a systemic oppressive situation, that it's more so a doing of our own, and it's not the blame
and
or
right there, sis, inherent.
Yeah.
What is supposed to be inherent? Our inadequacy, our inferiority is inherent.
That's why I'm showing this
That's
chart.
what's diabolical. Cook it.
Yeah, there we go. And that's what it is. Because then we, like I was explaining to the chat earlier, that hey, when they're showing this chart about the black individual of minority culture, and they're showing that from our birth all the way up until our development, and then we have the whole combination right here in this square, we're getting anxiety, we're getting irrational disturbance, we're getting withdrawal, aggression, rejection, denial, we're getting hostility, divergent policy and practice, depersonalization. All of these things are coming out of a oppressive systemic mindset, a mindset around being enslaved, a mindset around just the overall oppressive nature of this land and what it has done to us mentally. And it's sickening. And it's disturbing to me, and that's why we have to be able to rise above and be above reproach and to understand that these are all games that are being played. And people's response to that particular situation, I wasn't mad at it. I wasn't, that was an awful thing to happen to someone. That's awful. But in the same token, you can't expect people to respect something that you said, and to the disrespect in the guise in which he was speaking, as if he doesn't understand the historical ramifications behind the conditions of our people today. And
he was in one of the whitest sundown states in the criminal enterprise of 50 states. There was not a single melanated person in the audience of the 3,000 plus people on campus. Did you notice that?
Not one. Where was that? Where was he? Utah?
Utah Valley University. Orem is the name of the city. Salt Lake City has become what as ground zero. Most people don't realize it, like these data centers and AI. And have you heard a word from Mitt Romney to this day? Where the hell is he?
Hiding out. He hiding out. To shift gears for 1 second, how do you feel about New York electing what's his name? Mamdani.
Come on now, the Ugandan giant. You probably don't. You're not old enough to remember that. In the rest of the world, whose name was Kamala, the Ugandan giant. But go ahead, sis. Cook up Mamdani, who they calling them the Kami Mandami.
I thought that was diabolical work. Diabolical work, New York. I don't know. I've been touching on so much about this immigrant takeover. In previous lives, I was talking about how the Somalis were taking over full-fledged in Minnesota. A lot of things going on out there with the fraud and marriage fraud and all of these different things. They to the point where they even got one of their Somali women in Congress. So now we're going to have people, and this is just my opinion only, and it doesn't reflect other people on the panel's opinion, but my opinion is that if we're trying to, I don't know, I think for us anyway, like the true Americans, the true people, the original people, what's happening with this government and the inflection and the infiltration of immigrants is really terrible. That's the only word I can really use to describe it. And I know a lot of people practicing Islam religion, and there's nothing against you guys. And, to each his own, do what you want to do. But that can't happen. And that shouldn't be happening. And I've even spoken about this even with the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, the same thing with his Cubano parents. And I believe I believe they're Cuban. Yeah, I believe he's a child of an immigrant for sure. I always say anybody that's an immigrant and then they're in this office, their priority is not going to be our rights and our views and the things that we see as issues and problems. They're never going to get solved. But somehow we are in this mindset of BIPOC, and what's happening is that now everyone is in the same category. We're all here, so we all have the same rights, and we all should be able to do X, Y, and Z. And truthfully, that's not how that should be working. Because these people aren't natural born citizens. Well, I guess they are. No.
Remember, are you still going to go back to when you're going to do your build on birthright citizenship?
I know I need to go back to that. Because there may be
here's
all
the
of
simple
that.
fact, sis. I'm going to try to keep my message simple. There can be only one. There is only one. America. United States citizens are not American. Never will be. All United States citizens are foreign, born or native, born to the land America. That doesn't make them American. This is like taking a plant, uprooting it, planting it somewhere else does not make it indigenous or native to where it's now been transplanted. all United States citizens are foreign aliens, anti-American. You see how that works when you change the language? But since we're not stating who we are, back to your initial conversation, all these other things are iterations, definitions, categorizations, classifications, misnomers to do what to the actual American? Take him or her out of their natural state of mind and then do what, sis? Cook on them.
Give me 1 second, Alabama. My daughter's teacher is texting me. Cook on it for a moment. Hold on. Somebody else entered the platform. Oh, that's Epic Studies. Hey, Epic Studies, peace and love.
Hey, Sharice, how you doing, sweetheart?
I'm doing wonderful. You got a comment?
The intellectual gangster in the house. Drop the knowledge, brother.
Much love and respect,
What's
bro.
going on, Alabama? Much respect to you, brother. I just wanted to follow up with what you were saying about the only American. And that is us. And this is the foundation of which the United States was built upon, immigration, because all U.S. citizens are indeed not Americans. They are indeed United States citizens as it pertains to their political allegiance. And that political allegiance can be afforded to anybody. So when we're talking about identity, we're talking about distinct nature. So you're only talking about one people, and those are the original people of America. And the only ones that descend from those original people is the American known as the Negro today. I just want to back you up, just kind of followed it up with that. That's all. That was the only comment I had.
Perfect. And I just kind of wanted to, bring it all together with when we're talking about our history and when we're perpetuated with lies, and then our whole life and everything that we know is predicated upon a particular lie and not rooted and grounded in truth. It does lead to an oppressive mindset and mind state, and this is why we are in the situation that we are in now. I do think
Mr.
that
Reese, whether you bring her language forward, reiterate again how this is set up in a dominated white space and black is a default position and you are being put into it. And when they say Jews will not replace us, I'm sorry, the small hats, the Zionists, the Star of David, who is trying to replace the American?
we see it happening right now. The Somalis in Minnesota, the goddamn influx of the Hispanics from Venezuela. I'm talking about everybody is trying to replace us. And I remember there was something that President Joe Biden was speaking about, I think a few years ago in the Breakfast Club, that, we would have to compete with Hispanics. That us.
He had the nerve to suggest, as a slave master out of Delaware, that you better get used to it and that we are doomed. You may not remember when Cuddy was playing that over and over on a loop. America is doomed. Why is it doomed, Sharice?
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, big dog.
Like I've been saying for a while, this corporation is controlled by foreigners. So what do you expect? They're going to bring more foreigners in and give them citizenship, to make sure we don't get our rights and what we're supposed to get. They're going to keep covering up the lie. You know what I mean? I've been saying this for a minute. That's why I refuse to vote for foreigners to come and control our land, man. You see what I'm saying? Foreign corporations, foreigners. Most of these people have dual citizenship. And these corporations are working together, like the black hat and the corporation. But, I've been saying that for a minute. Foreigners run our country, not us. But you got it. Thank you.
It's true. And I think that we've been so far displaced, because we're buried in identity politics. we're buried in the narratives that has been told about who we are and our families, and like we're just now coming from under that rock where we're learning, damn, everybody that was so-called black is not a slave. Everybody that's from everybody that's black in America is not from Africa. Oh, damn. I looked at my family tree. It ain't no slaves there. Oh, snap. And it's like, we can't come together as a collective unit. And I think it really does sadden me. It saddens me to the point where we can't even seem to figure out, where do we get up and go from here? How do we push ourselves forward? How do we get ourselves up from under the ties that bind? How do we do that? And, I do think that there's a lack of leadership on this. And then whatever leadership that is there is too many minds in different places that we can't place it. Because anybody that denies slavery is being looked at as, oh, you just a self-hating such and such. You just hate yourself. And it's not that. No, I'm finding out the truth because I love myself.
Sharice, I got to pick up on that point you just made. Okay, first of all, slavery is not attached to contemporary Africans for what reason? While we're being told we're the descendants of African slaves, why is the slave narrative not attached to Obama or Mamdani, who are both born, quote unquote, supposedly, I don't know about the Kenya conspiracy story, but Uganda is where Mamdani was born, and he hasn't been here 10 years, a naturalized citizen. Now the mayor of ground zero of immigration invasion? I mean, I don't know. So the African slave narrative does not attach itself to continental Africans, more of whom who've come here in the 20th century than any number supposedly shipped here, but all of us are being attached to an African slave narrative, the American known as the Negro, starting with being called Negro. But go ahead, sis, cook.
Hold it. Backseat, you got a new page. Let me take care of this. I just realized you weren't wrenched up. Anyway, back to the context of the conversation. That's what's so awful about it, Alibama. That is what's so awful about it, is that we're in this space now where like I said before, the identity politics and the confusion about who we are has allowed these things to manifest. We have no type of, honestly, I hate to say it, but like we don't have obviously no type of leadership skills to the point where we've allowed immigrants to fully infiltrate our government. Where is the original Black Americans that is representative of us? Because I don't know about Jasmine Crockett. I don't know much about her. I'm not sure if she's, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what she is. I don't know if she got like a Caribbean background. I don't know. But maybe she's like the only one that I guess that they would consider a Black American that's really in that type of position. But like I said, I don't know for sure about like her background to really verify or not. But I find it extremely sick.
It's diabolical, sis.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be depressed. We shouldn't be demoralized. I'm not suggesting you are, but I'm saying in the zeitgeist, in the public sentiment. When you look into someone, and I call it Jazzy Jazz, when you look into someone like Jasmine Crockett, you have to go where she says she came from. She came from St. Louis. So it'd be interesting to know what her family tree is from the middle of Indian Territory, because people seem to forget Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, up into Utah, the UT Indians, Utah, which is now crack-a-lacking with Mormons, who have over 1 billion records that they reported. They reported 1 billion records to Ancestry.com. What do you think the number is more, like 10 times that number? And what is Ancestry.com telling you ignorant Americans that think you are Negro, colored, and Black? What is Ancestry.com convincing goofy-ass fools like not a coincidence? What are they doing?
For some reason, it's convincing them that they're some type of Africans from somewhere. And I don't understand how even Ancestry is really convincing them of that. When most of the records that you found in your family, you found it right here in the land. You don't find your ancestors going outside the land unless they immigrated here. And that was my comment about YK. Like, you got somebody on the census, or you got somebody from like the 1800s or something, and they're saying they from Africa. It's plausible to say that they might have immigrated here, and that you may just not be, you know, you just might be the kid of an immigrant. Not that they came off the slave boat. Because why I say everything but that? And that's my issue with the slave narrative, the slave boats, all of these things that they say. They can't seem to put no families on these slave boats. Put my family on the boat. That's where I'm trying to figure out where they were on this boat. Look, excuse my language.
No,
So,
sis, I just love BAP. I keep giving him credit for telling about the American transported on the citizenship. Cook, sis, cook.
that's the only ship that we on right now, currently. And the interesting thing about citizenship is that they've turned citizenship into this idea that it's for everyone. The idea around citizenship being that anyone who's on this land and they come here, whether they're in good moral character or, you know, I know at a particular point in time, it had to be, I think that was like which one was that? 1870 naturalization. I want to say 1870 naturalization, but I know it was
see, that's when it extended, and I keep on trying to tell these dimwits, there's only one category of United States citizen, quote unquote, free white person. You know, we walked through this. In 1870, after the supposed Civil War ended, and that census was taken in 1870, those of African nativity, which means what? Born in Africa.
Yep.
Now, I'm still waiting on the evidence of African descent. Would you please clarify this old nigga? Please, just help me.
They're trying to use it interchangeably as if African nativity is the same as African descent. And even still, in that context, it would not be the same thing. Because nativity means what? A place of your native land. A place where you were. And now you've come here. So nativity, in the sense of Africanness, it wouldn't, that particular statement wouldn't apply to the Black Americans or the so-called
We've
Negroes.
already established, give me the basic arithmetic, more Native Africans have come in only the 20th century compared to the entire 400 years from 1619 to 2019. I don't know. Correct this old nigga.
That's exactly the point.
No,
go. Did you want to say something? Epic Studies.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, he's right about that. The record shows, man, that there's more Africans that have come and are still coming here today than there ever have, according to the records in the past. Whether it be a so-called slave trade or even immigration, the legal way, they don't outnumber what's going on today with it. So we got a lot of stuff to hide with that, and when they push that on us, that's the disingenuous part, because we're in a position, seemingly, we're in a position where we're forced to prove with somebody that we, for one, already know who we are, and two, so does the rest of the world. The rest of the world already knows. Because understand, outside of North America, the truth as to what we're talking about right now, outside of North America, this is already widely known. Already. It's just that in order to keep the politics in place, to keep the people, our people downtrodden and under the radar and disadvantaged, they realize they have to play the game too in order to gain an advantage or to keep their position as such. But that's the problem though, and that's what needs to be recognized and corrected. And I'm gonna say this, and I'll yield, sister. I say, starting out, the starting point, I think our people need, and I said this years ago too, we need to be campaigning to take back our name that everyone else is stealing, starting with the first step of correcting anybody that calls themselves an American when they're not. And two, if they take it, continuously taking it far by doing it to our faces like we see them doing today, we need to start taking legal action against them. That's defamation, for one, to call us out of our name, and two, that's identity theft for you to take our name and make it as your own. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is I think in order to get some type of real result, I think that's what we need to start at as far as it pertains to our identity and the theft of it. Because we have legal claim there. We just have to start making those legal claims in courts of law. And I think, the fact that we're not, that leaves the door wide open for them to continue to do it. You see what I'm saying? Because that's based on my perception.
Epic, can you see what she says on screen with the 14th Amendment? Epic, could you build on that? If you can see what she pulled up, and I'm gonna pile on, bro. But go ahead.
Yeah, I can see it, but I'm actually I was walking. I can't really. I'm not sitting still for me to be able to zoom in and really pay attention to it. But I'm all too familiar with the 14th Amendment, which is not needed for our salvation or at all. We don't need that. You see what I'm saying? No, not knocking you, sis, putting it up as a presentation because I don't know what your intention is behind it. But I'm just speaking to its application when we're seeking remedy legally. We don't need the 14th Amendment, but there are a lot of lawyers, 99% of them. If you hire them, that is the position they're going to file any claim that you have under. It's from that 14th Amendment. And that's not the principle of law as it pertains to identity. When we're seeking remedy for the theft of it, can't go under that 14th Amendment. That 14th Amendment was unconstitutionally ratified to further displace us, much like we see today, to further displace us. But I yield there. As soon as I get to a stopping point, I can sit down. I can really zoom in, and we can go over it step by step, Sister Teresa, if you like.
Okay. There's no problem. No, yeah, you just take your time and make sure you get to where you gotta get to, safely, of course.
I'm outside, just like walking. You know what I'm saying? I like to come outside and walk in nature, and it's just part of my day. And that's what I'm doing right now.
I think Epic, whether Bad Saint was responding to your commentary, his suggestion in the comments was, I've never seen an immigrant deny they weren't American when you check them on it. But it's not an issue of checking them. We need to stand on the facts and the lawful nature. Now, the reason why she's bringing up the 14th Amendment is whether something is constitutional, is lawful or unlawful, not the issue of what is legal. Because people are doing things legally and illegally. I argue all immigrants are legal and illegal. Now, the fact that we don't go look at the 1790 Naturalization Act that said one simple thing, sis, remember when we walked through this, and whenever you get ready to go back to that bill, tell me who has proven to be of good moral character interacting with the American known as the Negro.
The white people. It was white people.
They have interacted with the American with good moral character.
Aliens.
No, you're not. You're not hearing what I'm asking you, sis.
Okay, so
I said, tell me who has been acting or interacting with the American with good moral character. If you steal from somebody, is that evidence of you having good moral character?
No.
When you lie about the stuff that you've done, is that evidence of good moral character?
No.
And in the 1790 Naturalization Act, the word American is not mentioned. You do know that, right?
Yes, it's not.
So what is the Naturalization Act defining? Because see, what people don't do is actually read the Constitution. All the Constitution directed the Congress, and that's the House of Representatives, the so-called people's representation, to define the rules of naturalization. You want to pull that up again, sis? I think that was go elaborate on that, sis.
The Nationality Act of 1790. Congress first defined eligibility for citizenship by naturalization in this law and limited this important rights of, quote, free white persons. That's what I was talking about. In practice, only white male property owners could naturalize and acquire the status of citizens, whereas women, non-white persons, and indentured servants could not. Access to citizenship would become more expensive over time, although the racial restriction was not eliminated entirely until 1952. This law produced the legal category of aliens ineligible for citizenship, which largely affected Asian immigrants and limited their rights as non-citizens to key realms of life in the United States, such as property ownership, representation in courts, public employment, and voting. That's just their summary. But it says right here, United States Congress, quote, an act to establish a uniform rule of naturalization, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that any alien being a free white person who shall have resided within the limits under the jurisdiction of the United States for the term of 2 years may be admitted to become a citizen thereof on application to any common law court of record in any one of the states wherein he shall have resided for the term of 1 year at least, and making proof to the satisfaction of the court that he is a person of good character and taking the oath of affirmation prescribed by law to support the Constitution of the United States, which oath of affirmation such court shall administer, and the clerk of court shall record such application and proceedings thereon. And thereupon such person shall be considered as a citizen of the United States after they take this oath, right? And the children of such persons so naturalized, dwelling within the United States, being under the age of 21 years at the time of such naturalization, shall also be considered citizens of the United States.
Pause there, sis. Pause. That's being gifted to the child in what fashion? Please reiterate that point, because I'm going to circle back on what people seem to not understand. If you notice, you have not yet uttered the word American. But go ahead, sis.
It says, and the children of such persons so naturalized, dwelling within the United States, being under the age of 21 years at the time of such naturalization, shall also be considered as citizens of the United States.
Stop right there. So, tell me how that turns into birthright citizenship.
It did.
You need to reread that portion again for the people who are slow on the short bus or in the back of the class. What did that statement just say, Epic Studies?
It outlines what it actually is. The only way birthright citizenship, quote unquote, if you will, birthright citizenship as it pertains to U.S. citizenship would apply to somebody that was not born here. I mean, not born here, that was not didn't go through the naturalization process, but is an immigrant. It's because they're born. It's because they're born to parents who are already U.S. citizens. To an immigrant.
They're born to
an immigrant.
Okay, go ahead.
An immigrant who has gained U.S. citizenship. That's what that is. If your parents, if their parents are not immigrants who have gained U.S. citizenship, and then so-called birthright citizenship is not extended to the child automatically just because the child is here on the land. Because remember something, citizenship does not apply to what we're talking about with identity. We're talking about the political allegiance, and that goes through this legal process. That's the difference. That's where your so-called birthright citizenship will lie in, not just because you're here on the land. That doesn't automatically make you that. If your parents are you are not born to U.S. citizens, you are not automatically a U.S. citizen just because you were born to illegal immigrants who are here illegally and they had a child here. It does not automatically make you a U.S. citizen.
So you still have to be naturalized, not nationalized. You still have to be naturalized. Nationalization does not give you citizenship. Well, again, you go back to the Constitution. The rules of naturalization creates the process for acquiring citizenship. You got me, sis?
Yep.
Right.
So now let's circle back to what is the issue of birthright citizenship and anchor babies, because we keep conflating two different things and mixing the dough. Okay? What did that criminal bastard in the Oval Office say about the babies of slaves? I'm taking it out of context, but let's just say y'all cook on that for a moment. I'm gonna pile on.
Let me see if I can find Trump talking about that real quick, so we don't misinterpret
What he was alleging while you pull up that video. He was alleging that it was only to be dealt with for slaves, not for immigrants, legal or illegal. That the 14th Amendment, and this is what he's bringing before the Supreme Court, to argue that the citizenship bestowed from the 14th Amendment is for the babies of slaves. You got that, Epic Studies?
Yeah. But here's my thing with that, Alabama. I think that, but the real issue about the 14th Amendment is still not being addressed. How it was unconstitutionally ratified. Nobody's dealing with that. Everybody wishes to argue from that point, which is what I think. I think that is that's done purposely. I think it's done purposely. They know full well it's not, but that's why they form their arguments around the 14th Amendment to make it seem like the 14th Amendment is valid, but it's actually not. Not for the salvation of our people, especially. It's not. And see, nobody's challenging that. Somebody needs to bring that. You see what I'm saying? But I think with something like that, it would take a collective effort. You see what I'm saying? You would need like a collective, organized group of people on that same level and pushing. But I don't think it needs to really even be that, because as it pertains to the principle of its application, it's invalid. And from that alone, you really don't need to take any legal action to prove its validity or make it invalid. It already is from its inception. In law, it's called void ab initio, which means void from the beginning. So it's not voidable, because that leaves it open for it to have some kind of validity, but it doesn't. The fact that it doesn't.
And you know about the term fraud vitiates everything, right, my brother?
Yes, I do. You know, this is my lane, bro. I study, I don't know everything. I'm still, studying, but yeah, I'm very familiar.
And simply the word vitiate means all things are null and void that spring from fraud. Period.
Right.
That includes includes all them kids that's being born on this land with undocumented parents. And a lot of these, it's not even just Hispanics that's the undocumented people. It's a bunch of people on this sucker that's undocumented or didn't go through that naturalization process. And not to cut y'all, but it's just what it is. And it's become, they've taken full advantage of it.
Now, remember, this man is supposed to be the commander-in-chief, which, of course, that is an American Indian title. And let's break down the words coming out of his mouth, because listening to him is like drinking water from a fire hose. The ubiquitous lying that comes every time his lips quiver. But go ahead, sis.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what this is saying.
We can't hear it. I don't hear the volume. It is me.
Yeah, I don't hear it either, sis.
All right, let me remove it and put it back up there. They like to mess around. All right, let me.
Okay. Yeah, I could see the closed caption, but it's so small on my screen I can't read the words.
Yeah, I love putting the closed caption on. I don't like no mistakes.
And shout out to you too. No, not yet.
Okay, hold on. I might have to stop sharing all that.
While you fix that, if you don't mind, Sister Teresa, I just want to say shout out to you, sis. I really appreciate your tenacity and your genuine effort in providing the information.
Thank you.
Really do. And I want to say this out loud. I said it in the chat. You're the only one in this community that I'm subscribed to, and I say that proudly.
Really?
I do. Yes. I'm not subscribed to anybody else in this community but you. And if you find me now on other people's panels, it's because you shared their live, and that's how I was able to tune in. Outside of that, I won't be able to. It's not a knock to anybody, but I have a respect for the information.
Thank
And I love the way that you present it unapologetically, unbiased, and you always remain objective, regardless of whether you present the information. And I appreciate that. Shout
Yeah, I
out to
do
you,
my
sis.
very best to. Thank you so much.
Dittos on that, brother. And we're not trying to blow your skirts up, baby girl. Just dealing with the facts. But go
No,
ahead.
this
Let's hear from the felon in chief.
Hey, you better let Epic Studies give me my flowers, okay? Shoot.
Now he have to give you a bushel load. You got that 18-wheeler, Epic? I know you got that 18-wheeler, man. Drop it on our doorstep, man.
Nah, it's a love for this. You know, like when I woke up and I realized that the things that I thought I knew is not what I knew, you know, it just changed my whole perspective and my mindset. And I don't know, my approach to it is just being authentic and being genuine about it, and just knowing that my mindset has changed, and it's changed for the better, you know, not for the worse. And I'm just grateful. And then it's like, for me, I know I have the family history to back up exactly what it is that I'm saying. And being from the DC area, family coming out of VA and been there since time immemorial. I got a great grandmother that's 102 years old. You know, there's a lot of things that when I look things up, it can be vouched for. My great grandmother's the one told me that it was no slavery in our family. She told me that.
And she's still here, right?
Yes, she is. She's 102 now. That lady's still kicking. We talked on the phone for about 30-40 minutes last week.
Girl, they showed one here locally on
I bet
Houston
she's
TV.
moving still on her own and everything.
Well, they showed one here that was in her high heels and her flaming, flashy green dress right here in H-Town. But here's the thing, though, sis, as we go to the beautiful bean footage. All right. Who is the slave or Slav? Who are the babies of the slave that we're referencing? And how is citizenship a birthright, which I argue it is not. But let's at least deal with those 3 points as we listen to the supposed commander-in-chief take it to the United States Supreme Court being an anchor baby. This white nigga with an afro is an anchor baby and the father of an anchor baby, and I yield.
All right.
Constitution, the separation of powers, and the rule of law. In striking down the excessive use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch, the Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And really, it's been an amazing period of time this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit. Sometimes you don't see that, but this case is very important. I was elected on a historic mandate, but in recent months, we've seen a handful of radical left judges effectively try to overrule the rightful powers of the president to stop the American people from getting the policies that they voted for in record numbers. It was a grave threat to democracy, frankly, and instead of merely ruling on the immediate cases before them, these judges have attempted to dictate the law for the entire nation. In practice, this meant that if any one of the nearly 700 federal judges disagreed with the policy of a duly elected president of the United States, he or she could block that policy from going into effect, or at least delay it for many years, tie it up in the court system. This was a colossal abuse of power which never occurred in American history prior to recent decades. And we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. Think of it, more than the entire 20th century, me. I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for stepping in and solving this very, very big and complex problem, and they've made it very simple. I want to thank Justice Barrett, who wrote the opinion brilliantly, as well as Chief Justice Roberts, and Justices Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas. Great people. Thanks for this decision, and thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation. This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case, because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries, and numerous other priorities of the American people. We have so many of them. I have a whole list. I'm not going to bore you, and I'm going to have Pam get up and say a few words, but there's really, she can talk as long as she wants, because this is a very important decision. This is a decision that covers a tremendous amount of territory. But I want to just thank again the Supreme Court for this ruling. It's a giant. It's a giant. And they should be very proud, and our country should be very proud of the Supreme Court today. And with that, I'd like you to listen to the words of Pam Bondi.
Sharice, before he has his bed wench come up and tell her lies. Okay, so can we? You did hear him say at least 3 times babies of slaves, right?
Yes.
So for me, again, that's my opinion. I'll go back to what is the law, because we actually need to pull the Constitution up and slap people in the mouth with it because they don't seem to bother to read it. But in my opinion, the babies of slaves are the babies of the white man. The slave, and it's in defined white slavery, is the white woman by definition of white slavery, correct? So all white women are birthing white slaves. What say you, Epic Study?
Oh, you on point. You're on point with that. Those are exactly my sentiments. Because remember, the nations come from the womb. You know, the people come from the womb, and as from my perspective, that's your nativity, the womb you came from. That matters, and that speaks volumes as it pertains to your identity. So, yes, I don't have any pushback for that. You said it exactly what it is, and those are my sentiments as far as what is meant by that when he said, the babies of slaves and this. I don't think he was. I don't think he was talking about so-called black people projecting the slave narrative. I think he was speaking truth, but on a level that most people who are conditioned under the narrative, they're not privy to it, so they don't understand it. They don't understand it based on the narrative. So when they hear him say that,
okay, now let's deal with specific white Slavs. So his womb is 1924. You know that, right? That's when his Scottish slave, brothel, mail order bride mother came here. So that makes him what? Descendant of a slave?
You talking about Obama?
No, I'm talking about this white nigga with an afro on the screen.
Yeah, yes, of course he's an immigrant. I mean, just off the visualization alone, you know what I'm saying? Not to mention the fact that, for the record, I mean, it's already known that his parents are from, elsewhere, and his beginnings,
No, I'm staying with the point that you made, Epic Study, about a nation is from the womb. You got me, Sharice? So womb came here in 1924. What happened in 1924 to the American known as the Negro? Would it be the Racial Integrity Act of Walter Ashby Plecker? Did they also extend so-called United States citizenship to the imposter under the Snyder Act in 1924? I don't know. Correct this old nigga, Sharice, because my brain cells are misfiring. Must be.
It's so convenient because as soon as the 1924 Integrity Act takes shape, so does that act to make Indians or Native Americans citizens, if you will. So I think that's interesting how that went hand in hand once they tried to separate, people by color and facial features, looks, or what have you, then they turn around and make a separate type of citizenship clause for these Asian immigrants.
Now, I'm pointing out what I said, so whether or not people think I made an opinionated statement, I'm pointing out what I said is I'm talking about an anchor baby who is the father of an anchor baby. Now, let's move to Melania and Baron. Could you elaborate on that white Slav who is actually from Slovenia? Would you please, brother, sister, elaborate on that white
He's
Slav?
actually a Slav. For real. Not just all of that. He's actually that. And excuse me. And that's what I'm saying. Like when they speak publicly about these things, they're not specific to the point of its principle. They don't speak at it from the principle. They speak at it from the political means to remain in power, to keep the narrative going. Because without that narrative, they can't be who they're claiming to be. They can't get away with that. Let me say that. They can't get away with claiming to be us. As far as them taking on our name, as far as gaining any type of benefit from it. Because the truth was known and it was out, and their language and if their language reflected that, we wouldn't even be having these kinds of issues, because the understanding of the people will be there too. But because we have these politicians and I call them illegitimate representatives out speaking publicly as if the narrative is true, therein lies the problem, because what they say shapes and conditions the minds of their citizens. You see what I'm saying? Because quite naturally, their citizens are listening to them. And
Now,
anything
Epic,
that
you
they say,
just said what this sister is going to get advanced degrees about, shaping the minds. Come on back with that, please. The Slav is who and gives birth to slaves.
like you said, is the white.
On the screen. There we go.
Yeah, the white woman is the only one giving birth. And it's not a knock. It's just what the truth is. It's what it is. The way slaves are birthed is through the womb of the white woman. It's just simple. That's just what it is, man. I mean, that's just what it is. But when I word it, or anybody words it in that fashion, it is the conditioning that makes that seem like it's offensive for me or anybody to say it like that. Slavs come from the womb of the white woman. You see what I'm saying? That's how and where slaves are born. See, we're putting it into its proper perspective, and therefore removing the confusion, the veil that creates that confusion. See what I'm saying? And I think that's where the problem as to the understanding ultimately lies. It's in the language. I've always said this. The culture is found in the language. If you want the culture of the people to change, we have to first start with the language. This is why I push about us being the only Americans and taking lawful action against those citizens who claim to be from a fraudulent perspective, because they can't claim any claim of them being American is fraudulent all the way around. There is no getting around it. So that's where I think we need to be trying to take lawful action against those claims. When we don't, like I said, it leaves that door open. And we're dealing with all the problems that swing through it as well when we don't deal with it from step one. But
My
I yield it.
sister, my brother, let me reiterate one point in its simplicity for those who are mentally challenged, slow on the uptake, on the short bus at the back of the class. Americans are not citizens. Citizens are subject to the United States government, a fraudulent criminal operating on the land of American soil. Americans are sovereign by birth. That is the only birthright. The rights enumerated and defined in the Constitution are not bestowed. They are identified as what can be violated. The damn piece of paper don't give you rights. Please, can we stop with the bullshit? Now, the only sovereign people are the people who sprung from this soil. The autochthonous people, the American known as the Negro. We're not citizens. I don't care that we've been deluded, convinced, chosen to participate as United States citizens, chosen to be voters. Those are choices. But when a fraud takes place, regardless of whether you voluntarily choose to participate, the fraud is still a crime. Elaborate, sis. Elaborate, bro. This old nigga obviously is slow too.
I don't know who told you that, but you just said everything right there. You said everything because that's the line. That's the line, the proverbial line that seems to be so thin that it could be easily crossed, and we allow it by allowing these people to steal our identity by claiming that they're an American. And it's not a knock when we say that you're not. It's putting things into its proper perspective because we have a problem today with other people stealing our identity, and they're gaining benefits from it while we're being left in the dirt and lied to. That is the problem. So how do we correct it? We need to correct the lie being told about the identity, which is step one. Everybody on that scale, everybody's being lied to about that. Everybody, because you got people who are not Americans claiming to be Americans. And unfortunately,
do you know, I'm sorry, excuse me, Epic, I got to give you this log to continue your fire.
Okay, go for it.
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., in his last State of the Union address, proclaimed, "We are all from somewhere else, but we are all Americans now."
And that's what I'm saying, bro. That creates, he told a half truth. The first part, that's what they do. They use the truth to reel you in with it. And once you get reeled in with that little bit of truth they gave you, then they tell you the lie behind it, and you easily accept that lie that was told on the back end as it being a part of the first half of the truth that he said. The first half of what you said, he said that was true. They are all immigrants. But the lie that was told is that you're all Americans now. No, you're not. Your distinct nature does not change, nor does it pass away. You can't even give it away. You are who you are without doubt or contradiction, and you will always be that. The problem with it is when you fool yourself into thinking that you can change your distinct nature. And that's the point we're making as it pertains to our descent nature. We're the only Americans. Nobody else descends from those original people but us. And by what I mean by us, these so-called Negroes, these so-called African Americans, the only American. So they didn't.
Would you circle back Epic studies on what she said earlier about the conditioning under white oppression and what that causes one to believe? If you want to bring that back to, I see you got the Snyder Act, Sharice. Did you want to elaborate on that before you circle back on the point that Epic just made?
Oh, I stepped away for a second. I'm not going to even lie. What you need me to do? Whew.
Well, I see you had brought up the Snyder Act, but I wanted him to tie what he just got through saying back to what you were laying out under the white oppressiveness. You remember that, Epic? I don't know if you came in when she did that part of the bill.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, y'all. I didn't even know I was still unmuted. All this traffic passing, I mean, all that noise to get to y'all if you did.
Are you all right? Let me see here. Oh, I found this very interesting too. What he said about this. Hold up.
Yeah, we can't hear her.
This little queen don't know whether or not he a American or not.
He's zesty. He is that. What did Val call him? A Zalian? A zesty alien?
Realize that lie straightens tightly curled hair, but it says that he noticed this in 1909. But then there's this white man Burke, who inspired the character Duke in Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn, was selling to Black Americans in 1899 a concoction of gasoline and lye to straighten their hair, but he didn't know what he was doing, so many of them were burned. Now, lye is something that Black Americans have used for centuries, as far back as we can go. We use it to make grits for lye hominy and lye soap. This is lye hominy that all the enslaved people used to eat. Black Americans traditionally use lye soap to wash, and sometimes if the lye was too strong, it would straighten your hair and burn your skin. I thought that African soap was made with lye, but apparently it is not. Why is lye so prevalent and so widely used for so many different things in Black American history, early Black American history, but not at the same time in West Africa? Like, how did that happen? How did Black Americans know how to straighten their hair? I thought that we brought it over from Africa, but
See, he always saying somebody came from Africa. He makes me mad. He makes me mad. Oh my God.
Turns out they don't use the same products that the early Black Americans used. Now, according to the standard Black American history that we all learned, Garrett Morgan, also known as Big Chief Mason because he was partly American Indian, was the first one to accidentally.
Did you know that about Garrett Morgan?
Yeah, but that bullshit we said part.
I'm
They try
telling
to
you.
keep making us mestizos, mulattoes, a mixed, a hybrid, and all this. All this part shit.
It's always part. It's never. I'm telling you. That's a part of the psychopathic.
Now you know Garrett Morgan made the gas mask and the traffic light. You know that?
Yep. Gotta know. We gotta start talking more about our so-called Black Americans and their historic contributions, and damn near invented everything.
So this alien, this zesty alien, because I'm gonna presume by default, you're gonna have. God damn it, we got to be checking them at the door. You got to prove you're American. By default, you're a United States citizen, and all United States citizens are aliens, zesty goddamn aliens. And
He always, it's crazy because like the genealogical research that he do on most of our people, whether it's famous celebrities or whether it's historical figures, there's always ties to free people of color. There's always ties to American Indian lineage and heritage, but he always makes it a point to say part. And it's like, it's sickening because of that racial caste system that we talk about a lot. And we talk about this idea of being disenfranchised due to skin complexion, color, whatever it is that would deem you not to be a full-blooded Indian. Like I was just telling that girl, she kept saying, well, you're not a Black American if you don't have African descent. Well, I guess I'm not Black because I don't have African descent. Because I don't have African descent, baby. Sorry.
you know, it's funny you said that because here again, diabolical nature, like Epic says, of using language. On the census, it says Black is the African races. It says that in the census. Now, the American Indian, which they try to attach with the Native American, putting these hybrids. Now, those are hybrids. But we already know in the definition of American is copper-colored Aborigine. What? I don't get what the fucking confusion is here. A defined American is the descendant of a copper-colored Aborigine. Period. Point blank. And that's why there's no reference to American in citizenship. And I yield.
Yeah, I love bringing up this interview here. I love it because this interview is very, very interesting to me, Alabama, and maybe we can dissect together. Because I'm sure you probably have seen this before.
I've seen parts of this, and have you ever seen the interview that Jay Winter Nightwolf did with Farrakhan? You need to put that up in your groove yard.
In its full totality.
Yeah.
I can't find it in its full totality.
But if you would type Jay Winter Nightwolf interviews Farrakhan just in your Google search, it should come. I'm talking about the entire interview where Farrakhan acknowledges his wife is full blood Oglala Lakota Sioux.
Let me see. Because okay, there it is. It's the full 1 hour interview right there. We'll pull that up in a moment. I got it right there. It's 1 hour. It's long too.
Of Mr. Plecker and kind of what happened, because basically your tribe has experienced what's some called documentary genocide. Tell us a little bit about the beginning of the tribe.
Well, as you're aware, in 1912, Dr. Walter Plecker became the first director of the Bureau of Vital Statistics. Mm-hmm. Prior to that, there were no birth certificates, and he was a director up until the 1940s, 1946, yeah. Until his death. But he was part of the eugenics movement, which was a movement about creating one race of people, which was white, and everything else was put in a pot, as Tina Marie would say, and stir it up and call colored. Mm-hmm. But he went beyond board on that, wherein As far as first Americans are concerned, he changed birth certificates and marriage license. He even put out letters to census takers in 1930 that people such as myself that are first Americans and Native Americans that he considered us as being bastards, that we were just trying to be Indian to marry into the white race. What's so interesting about that was that in the 30s, he gave a presentation in New York City and on eugenics.
Alabama, you see how he said they were trying to make it seem like they were trying
Notice he
to.
said we marry into white.
Yep.
Marry into white. Now, I don't know if in this interview he made the other comment that Ashby Plecker also at the same time tried to designate all the members of the House of Burgess in Virginia as descendants of Pocahontas, but I know you know that legendary tale. But go ahead, Cook, sis.
Yeah. Let's just go back to what that's convenient that's the most replayed part right there.
He changed birth certificates and marriage license. He even put out letters to census takers in 1930 that people such as myself that are first Americans and Native Americans that he considered us as being bastards, that we were just trying to be Indian to marry into the white race. What's so interesting about that was that in the 30s
that we were just bastards and that we were trying to marry into the Indian race to be white.
No, hold on. I want you to back it up again in 10 seconds because he said we are trying to be Indians. We're trying to be Indians to marry into white family. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Beyond board on that, wherein as far as first Americans are concerned, he changed birth certificates and marriage license. He even put out letters to census takers in 1930 that people such as myself that are first Americans and Native Americans that he considered us as being bastards, that we were just trying to be Indian to marry into the white race. What's so interesting about that was that in the 30s, he gave a presentation in New York City and on eugenics. And there were commanders associated with Adolf Hitler that attended that particular meeting.
But basically, when he was the
Pause it there for a
Bureau of
moment, sis, because I
Records,
gotta add this log to the fire. I want you to back it up to what he said that again, because do you know in the Mormon Church they believe the American Indian was a white person that they believe came here from Jesus coming to America and gave birth to the Indian race. Did you know about that diabolical legend from the Utah Mormons?
Yeah, the Mormons be hiding a lot of stuff though. The Mormons be up to no good. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
But remember, he said that we are claiming to be Indians to marry into the white race. That's a diabolical statement.
Yes. Him, his people.
And that gets to your white domination theory that you were sharing earlier in the bill about the oppressiveness of whiteness. That has to be addressed. But go ahead, sir.
He changed birth certificates and marriage license. He even put out letters to census takers in 1930 that people such as myself that are first Americans and Native Americans that he considered us as being bastards, that we were just trying to be Indian to marry into the white race. What's so interesting about that was that in the 30s, he gave a presentation in New York City and on eugenics. And there were commanders associated with Adolf Hitler that attended that particular meeting.
But basically, when he was the registrar for the Bureau of Vital Records, he changed the names of Indian people in Southampton County, their race from Indian to Negro or colored.
So it was referred to as colored, and basically all the tribes in Virginia in the early 1900s were referred to as colored. Okay, then after the 1924 Racial Integrity Act, everything that was in that colored bowl became Negro. Okay, and that's one of the reasons why in 1968 the Supreme Court overthrew that Racial Integrity Act and gave Native Americans the right, if they were born before July 1960, to come forward to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and correct those records that had been changed.
But now your tribe was in Southampton County well before all of this.
Of course.
Okay.
Matter of fact, our history really dates back, according to some archaeologists, to 900 AD. But we have a archaeological dig that was done in Southampton County, which dates back, carbon dated, to 1580. In that particular dig, it's called.
So they said the tribe been there since 980 AD, but then they got a carbon date back to 1580.
of the hand site dig, and it's called catalog 44SN22. 131 skeletal remains of my ancestors were dug up, and they're now laying in shoe boxes in the Smithsonian. One of the goals that we have with our Catasauqua town that we're putting together is to have those reinterred, brought back to the county. But what's so interesting about that is that one of the grave remains has been carbon dated to be a colonial lady, about 25, 26 years old. And in her grave, it was 6 foot buried, 6 foot down. There was her sewing kit, her comb, and also the scissors, which are on file at the Department of Historical Resources in Richmond, Virginia. So the history is documented. We are the only tribe in the Commonwealth of Virginia that ever had a gubernatorial mandated special census. As you know, the census is done every year starting 1790, every 10 years. There was a special census done in Southampton County in Cortland, Virginia, at that time was called Jerusalem, wherein the trustees of the reservation went out and actually recorded the names of individuals living on the reservation, even though they didn't document everybody living there because they coined this term matrilineal. And if the woman was a mulatto, or if the woman was referred to as free people of color, and if the male was a Cherokee Nottoway, they didn't count the children. So they coined matrilineal instead of patrilineal. But the history is very rich there in Southampton County.
Now, War Chief Howell,
but that doesn't make any sense, because if they coin matrilineal, why wouldn't they count the children if it's the mother? Oh God.
I know you unveiling the diabolical nature of this, but you notice they suggest it's through the woman when they want to enslave you, dimwit black ass niggas. Go ahead, go.
Insanity.
right now, they would say that you were African American, would they not? Now, your grandfather, though, was supposed to have said that you were Chief Howell.
Watch how she shifted the conversation to him, but
you know she got to bring the African up. Look at her face.
Yep, she don't speak in absolute when it comes to this man right here, though.
Someone looked at you right now, they would say that you were African American, would they not? Now, your grandfather, though, was supposed to have been, according to records.
Well, he was.
Oh, he was the last. Well,
he
no, he wasn't the last
right,
of
exactly.
the Cherokee Nottoway tribe. Though.
He was.
Tell us about him.
Well, my grandfather, he passed away in 1960, and I was born in 1947, and he married. It was a black woman, and they had one child, which was my mother. But I had a chance.
Pause it, Sharice. Pause it, Sharice. I want you to back up to the beginning of her asking the question. But you notice how he said he married a black woman? Okay, see, this is the diabolical shit we got to combat every day.
Yes.
This was colorism in real time. She didn't say nothing to that light-skinned brother. Didn't insinuate anything, didn't interrupt a moment. First words out of her mouth, someone looking like you. Go ahead, Cook, sis.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I say, watch how she speaks to him versus the other gentleman. She spoke like as if he wasn't an authentic Indian and the other person is. And this is the type of because of skin color. And we don't even see like the racist perpetuity that's going on here when we're talking about skin color undermining culture and family.
Right now, they would say that you were African American, would they not? Now, your grandfather, though, was supposed to have been, according to records.
And it's saying she's saying supposed to have been, even though it's on record about this man's grandfather. It's on record, and the record is still be ignored because they just can't believe
her tone, her intentions, her systemic behavior is all in the language being used. But Cook, sir,
being a fat bald-head bitch, doing what she doing. Excuse me. I said I wasn't gonna be cussing no more.
Right now, they would say that you were African American, would they not? Now, your grandfather, though, was supposed to have been, according to records.
Well, he was.
Oh, he was the last. Well, no, but he wasn't.
According to records, he was, but he wasn't. Who are you? Who are you to say that? And these are the type of people we have to deal with. It's like it's the mental indoctrination. It's the BS behind it all. And this
Right there, Sharice. Not a coincidence. Shah Sun, Lex Vortex, YK the untruthful nigga. There it is, right there.
And worse, Bad Saint, when the other one tell you he was adopted. Watch this. It gets worse. It gets worse.
Last
Right,
of
exactly,
the Nottoway,
exactly.
of the Cherahaka Nottoway
He's the last of the tribe, damn it. You heard what he said.
tribe, though. Tell us about him.
Well, my grandfather, he passed away in 1960, and I was born in 1947, and he married. It was a black woman, and they had one child, which was my mother. But I had a chance to meet him, and because I was a young fellow when he passed away, and he was kind of a quiet man. He didn't hardly say anything, and now it's coming clear as why he was so quiet, because what happened to his people.
Now it's becoming clear. And to me, when he's saying now it's becoming clear as to why his granddad was so quiet, is that conversation he having with them folks right there, right now.
Now, because I was a young fellow when he passed away, and he was kind of a quiet man. He didn't hardly say anything, and now it's coming clear as why he was so quiet, because what happened to his people. And
did he talk to you about your heritage?
No. Yeah, I used to ask my mother, I said, why is my grandfather so quiet? He never had much to say. And it's coming pretty clear to me as why he was so quiet.
Because at that time, they did not talk about being Indians because you could be jailed, correct?
Exactly. There was a lot of bad things that could have happened to you if you were native and if you were caught off the reservation. In some cases, you could be shot on sight. Okay. But getting back to William Lamb, who Paramore and Floyd Painter, Paramore wrote the history of South Hampton County, said was the last Cherokee Nottoway riding a bicycle in court. And again, we know that was not true, because William Lamb Howard, who was my war chief, is his
okay.
It's his grandson. But that's William Lamb Howard, that's Cherokee Nottoway rider, who Paramore and Floyd Painter, Paramore wrote the history of South Hampton County, said was the last Cherokee Nottoway riding a bicycle in court. And again, we know that was not true, because William Lamb Howard, who was my war chief, is his
what they got to do? So it's not true because William Lamb Howard was your war chief. What are you talking about?
wrote the history of
Now, hold on for you, Suck. I want you to replay that what you got fired up about what he just stated. But what I'm trying to understand, are they both in the Nottoway? The Nottoway?
Yep, both
So
of
they're
them.
both in the Nottoway, and the pale skin, also the lighter skinned brother was adopted. Did I hear you say?
Yeah, he's gonna talk about it.
Oh, okay. I'm and the other brother is a slam dunk African American. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cook.
It's sick.
Last Cherokee Nottoway riding a bicycle in court. And again, we know that was not true, because William
Yes, his
Lamb
grandson.
Howard, who was my war chief, is his grandson. But that's typical of what happened to first Americans in the Commonwealth. How
Okay, so he said that we know that's not true because that's his grandson right there. Okay.
William
Yes, his
Lamb
grandson.
Howard, who was my war chief, is his grandson. But that's typical of what happened to first Americans in the Commonwealth. How things were done to actually change, not only to change one's race, but to change one's ethnicity, to take away their traditions, to take away their cultures, etc. And I'd like to go back to the 1808 Cherokee Nottoway Indian census, to my fifth foster great grandmother, who was
Fifth foster great grandmother. So that's your foster grandmother. So you're not even.
Hold on. I need you to let that marinate for the short bus shorties. Okay. So foster presumes adoption. Adoption presumes orphan. I don't know, but this old nigga, maybe my brain cells are short circuiting from what I'm hearing. But anyone adopted is almost as bad or worse than these crack-a-lacka motherfuckers that put themselves in Pocahontas's womb. But go ahead, sis.
It's so outrageous. It's so outrageous. And he even makes even more outrageous claims in this thing too.
I'd like to go back to the 1808 Cherokee Indian census to my fifth foster great-grandmother, who was Queen Edith Turner. Her name was really Wane Runsira, but the whites called her Turner. And the names, the colonial names, were given to us the same basically as the slave mentality.
slaves were, yeah.
If your mother was a slave and living on a reservation, basically, but the foster great-grandmother, who was Queen Edith Turner, her name was really Wane Runsira, but the whites called her Turner. And the names, the colonial names, were given to us the same basically as the slave mentality.
slaves were, yeah.
If your mother was a slave and living on a reservation, that means your child
And
was
see, and that's the other common misconception around who was a slave, who wasn't a slave, and what was really going on, the truth. Really? Because I don't understand the idea around them not being able to accept that brown-skinned people were here first. That brown, so-called Black Americans, whatever you want to call them, we were here first. And that we were indigenous to this land.
But hold on, Sharice, because somebody in the chat said some shit that's busting my side. Okay, now is it his fifth great-grandmother that's a foster? Somebody, could you elaborate on that?
Foster great-grandmother. Oh, my soul. Hold up. Let's go back. Queen Edith. Whoever.
I would like to go back to the 1808 Cherokee Indian census to my fifth foster great-grandmother, who was
his fifth foster.
God damn it. Okay, all right. I want again because I'm an old nigga. All right, so let's slow it down for the old niggas and the folks in the back of the classroom. How is a foster parent 5 great-grands? Come, you're gonna have to help me, sis. Help me, please. Help me, please.
He up there trying to control the narrative. That's all he trying to do. And wait till he said they call him a mulatto. Wait till I was like, what? And wait, like I'm telling you, I understood why Mr. William Spread Eagle Lamb, I think that's his name, was saying that he
but you know what? I didn't want to go left on him. Do you know what spread eagle means?
Should have set their ass off. That's
but hold on, sis. Hold on, sis. We talking mental illness. You know what spread eagle is, right? You know what spread eagle is, right? Now, when they spread an eagle on all them 4 stakes or tie them to 4 horses, you know what? You getting the visual picture of what I'm saying? What happens right before you get decapitated while you spread eagle, sis?
Oh,
and they whip them forces to take your 4 limbs in the 4 directions. That's spread eagle. You feel me, sis? But cook. God damn it, cook.
Yeah, that's why when I caught him saying this nonsense, they in the chat going on talking about spread eagle. Who you saying so? It's sickening. Because like Enoch, you making a great point in the chat. They got the interview has him front and center and got the full blood on the side. If they made it clear that he's the grandfather, the grandson, then they're like, oh, well, see, and that's what I'm saying. It's like when our people are being backed into corners of racial identity, being told they will look at you and think you African American. What the hell do you think is happening to everybody that look like us? And being denied indigeneity and being denied indigenous heritage. And being told that they African slaves off a boat. People often feel, and I don't want to say like he kind of let them beat him into submission a little bit, but he kind of did, and I think that he should have spoke up way more. Yes, I understand why your granddaddy was quiet, but your granddaddy being quiet is the reason why a lot of our people don't know the truth about who they are. You about to tell me that your granddaddy looked like this guy? Your granddaddy don't look like this man talking at all.
Amerigal said, "Who's the adoption agency involved in this mess?" Amerigal.
Because it's true. The only full-blooded one on that couch, like Enoch said, is that so-called African American they like to love to call us. Be quiet, Bino Green. Talk about don't be here making that comment. Not only is fifth far removed, it's an adoption on top of it. Diabolical. You can't make this up, y'all. You hear him saying it out of his own mouth.
And you know what though? His grandson probably looked like him, and he looked like his grandpa, who had been terrorized by white domestic terrorism into silence.
Yep. This is nasty work right here. This is nasty work. Now let's keep going because he was taking up the conversation.
Queen Edith Turner, her name was really Wane Runsira, but the whites called her Turner. And the names, the colonial names, were given to us the same basically as the slave mentality.
slaves were, yeah.
If your mother was a slave and living on a reservation, that means your child was a slave and that you took on the name of the master. Mm-hmm. So what had happened with Native people, we didn't have colonial names. We had Native names. My fourth great-grandmother's name was Carahoot. That was her native name. But when they did the census, they pinned her as being Mary Polly Whitson, who married.
How the hell did that happen?
And became married.
This is what I don't understand. Carahoot turned into Mary Polly?
Again, the diabolical nature of accepting white domination. This is going back to your original thesis, your dissertation, is the oppressiveness of whiteness. That's why white supremacy is priority one. It is a global, ongoing crime scene.
Yep. This is really, really sickening to the core.
Turner and went over to Artistown in 1825, along with the Bozeman, the Browns, the Artists, the Boones, and the Whitsons, and just stayed there until the early 1990s.
So they related to the Bozemans, the Browns, and Boones,
who married Pearson Turner and became Mary Turner and went over to Artistown in 1825, along with the Bozeman, the Browns, the Artists, the Boones, and the Whitsons, and just stayed there until the early 1990s.
So if you look at the record,
Damn, did he slide Daniel Boone in there too? Did he slide Daniel Boone in there? Did I hear Daniel? Daniel Boone was a man. He was a big man. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Where was that comment? Yeah, Darvis. Yeah. I don't disagree with that. But that's like a complete change of name. Because you could just call somebody Carol, whatever. Like the Mary Polly Woodson.
But again, remember when they do this diabolical shit, then they create a Dawes roll. Then they do what is the transfer with the trading places, sis?
The transfer of identity. Shoot, the transfer of everything. When that happens, rights, all that historical narrative, everything changes.
And you notice they call it anglicization, anglicize. Isn't that the shit that he just said? Anglicize.
Yep. That's what I was getting at, Darius McNabb, Brown, Boone, the Bozemans, Woodsons. Sound like black folks' name to me too.
And then you go do what when you Christianize? Convert or die, kill the Indian, and do what, sis?
Destroy the nigga. What you say? Get the nigga. What you always say? Get the nigga.
But whoever that was that said in the chat, yes, she's elevating him as an authority above the man who even not only sits there as actual proof, he has the blood lineage. In your face, he said he's a goddamn incubator, Cabbage Patch, goddamn it, a lost child, one of the lost boys. But he's got authority, right, to speak for the
Somehow
history.
he's the chief and he adopted. No blood relation.
You mean like John Ross, the Cherokee chief, who bedded down Pocahontas, a 14-year-old, allegedly?
Yeah, I want to go into a deep dive about that Pocahontas story. You know, I mean, some people believe it's true, others don't. You know, I mean, I know they have the Pocahontas exception, like, which was also intertwined with this Racial Integrity Act stuff. So that is a rabbit hole that I'm willing to go down. So
Now I don't know if you got, because you cooking with this. As a matter of fact, the barbecue is smoking up out of the top of his head. But if you gonna circle on Jay Winter Nightwolf and Farrakhan, where Farrakhan acknowledged that his wife was a full-blood Lakota Sioux woman, did you hear that part of the interview?
yeah, I think that's the part that let me see if we can probably find a shorter, because I will have to find where it is. Hold on. Let me see. Because that interview is an hour long. Hold on. Let me see if we can find.
Now, a lot of the basis of that interview was trying to push a black and red coalition with Jay Winter Nightwolf representing the Native American. Did you know that we're in the midst of American Indian Heritage Month?
Yes.
By law under H.W. Bush in 1990. But this Native American Day that they squirreled away somewhere around under Son Bush in 2008. Were you hip to that?
Shoot, I just knew I seen people celebrating it all, this month, and I was seeing a lot of posts around it. So yeah. How you doing, Enemies Public? Darius McNair. I didn't speak to everybody. Bright Mo Deezy. Yeah, Enoch, everybody. Hang on. So we're okay. So we're at the Chief Nightwolf jump. Let me see if we could pull up. If I could pull to that commentary.
Minister Louis Farrakhan from the Nation of Islam. I'm honored to.
So was this supposed to be an alliance between the Nation of Islam and the Native Americans?
Well, the basis of this interview was the history of the Million Man March. Now, I believe that would be now 10 years ago, like 95 or something like that. But go ahead, cook, sis.
In this interview, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan on July 2015, so this is in 2015, sat down for a nearly 90-minute interview with radio host Winter Nightwolf on his show, The American Indian Truths. So let's see.
Again.
Thank you. It's my honor to sit with you
old fox too,
and to be a part of your radio show.
We're going to move right along. I have some questions for you. And if you're ready, we can get started.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know, you're working around the clock on this important event slated for October the 10th, 2015, that would take place on the National Mall. It must be taken a...
Yeah, I forgot that did take place. That Million Man March. Let me see if we can just move forward a little bit.
With the Navajos on some issues.
According to the law of justice. So here we are.
The great law of peace and print out the U.S. Constitution.
Trust me, what does that mean?
Hold on, Therese. Let him say that great law of peace part. Where were you at? Because I was mute. That great law of peace part.
In conference with each other.
Let me see.
They did not have democracy. They did not know what democracy was until they came here and saw what we were doing. Their United States Constitution is not theirs. The Iroquois Confederacy from up in New York, 6 nations. They had the great law of peace.
Pause, sis.
And if
Pause
you
right
go to your
there.
computer and print,
Pause right there. Now we finna mic drop this nigga. Now you see this we shit he keeps saying? Elaborate on that, sis, about how they are shoehorning themselves in. And no disrespect to Jay Winter, Nightwell. The fact that he's broaching this conversation with the minister, but the minister is deferring to him, just like we just watched the actual brother defer to who in the last video?
Refer to the so-called African American.
Deferring to the adoptee.
Yep, same shit. But he's speaking weed like it's. Hold on, let me listen to him.
the great law of peace. And if you go to your computer and print out the great law of peace and print out the U.S. Constitution and look at them, the parallels are so close. Benjamin Franklin and his thuggish friends befriended the Iroquois Confederacy and tricked them into taking the U.S. Constitution from the Iroquois Confederacy's great law of peace. Our great law of peace.
Okay, so I think I've learned a little bit about this, and then I think that we forget what really was going on. Now, I'm not saying that the people that look like Nightwolf was the one who was in charge of it all, as far as the Iroquois Confederacy is concerned. But I have heard that particular situation that was going on, like they were being tricked. They befriend them at first, and then they got tricked out of a lot of things, including land, including the Constitution that was not theirs. So that's forming what we know as the United
States. Taught us how to live with each other, taught us how to love each other, taught us how to take care of each other, taught us how to treat our elders, taught us how to raise our children. And they stole all of that and incorporated it in that doctrine that George W. Bush considered as a GD piece of paper. And this is how they got their Constitution. They took it from us, brother.
Thank you so much, brother, for sharing that with us. Because we're dealing with a people that broke every treaty with the native people and told every lie and made every promise to us, none of which has been fulfilled. And if you go down to Haiti or the Dominican Republic or into Central and South America, he's done the same thing. So today, why should we trust a liar? Why should we trust a deceiver and allow that deceiver to come between us? So in those days, we could communicate with each other and we knew how to treat each other as we should be treated. We don't call that religion. We call that the nature of God that is in each one of us. We don't need a book. If we live what is in ourselves, we will live according to the law of justice. So here we are, my dear brother. Under Indian lands, according to what I read, the wealth is $1.5 trillion in material wealth that is under the ground. I visited Navajo land, the Navajo Nation, and I was amazed at what was under the land, but how much of it was being leased or extracted by non-Indians. So for me, my dear brother, the future is really ours. We are already on the last reserves of mineral strength in America. It's on Indian lands.
Let me tell you something. I'm working with the Apaches, and I'm working with the Navajos on some issues. They're coming to Washington, D.C. on the 21st, 22nd of this month to protest, to go to Capitol Hill, and hopefully give them help. But John McCain, Senator John McCain from Arizona, a few months ago, tried to give away the mineral rights to a British and Australian-owned copper mining company. The Tonto
Won't get it. Don't buy that. Sorry to have to say that. Nonviolent.
We could find the way back to natural living and call those Apaches in Arizona.
I need to find
And
the
people-
where he was speaking of. Let me see.
I tell you what I learned. 49% of those who inhabit native lands are not Indians.
Pause it there, sis. Pause it there.
I'm trying
Now,
to figure
you may
where
you may
he's
have to
at.
go like 3/4 into where he talked about his wife, but it was just about her going up there when they traveled to the place with Standing Rock and all that type of stuff. Remember with the pipeline issue?
Yeah.
So when he went up there, his wife interacted with them and fell into the circle of the Ogallala Sioux women. And that's when she acknowledged to him. Now, supposedly he didn't know it before then, which I doubt very seriously. But that thing that you just paused on him saying, how many 49% of American Indian territory is inhabited by non-Indians. Did he not say that?
That is what he said.
Now, whether he slipped up and told the truth, I don't know that people understood. He's not just referring to the reservation imposter pretendians. It's also the federal so-called set-aside lands, all of the national parks that are supposedly under conservation. This is Indian territory. So what are you talking about when you talk about Indian territory?
Okay, here we go. Let's see.
People of this planet invited me to the Sundance.
There you go.
In the Four Corners with the Navajo and the Hopi. And the government was coming to take their land. And the Muslims went with me, my wife, my children. We went there to stand with the Navajo and the Hopi, not knowing whether we will have to fight to maintain that land. God blessed us. We didn't have to fight, but we went there to be with our brothers and sisters in a time of trouble. I'm saying that to say this. We cannot let 10, 10, 15 just be something with a few tribal members coming. The Indian nation has to show up with us and them and our brown brothers, because all of us are the indigenous people of this planet. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us, Brother Nightwolf, I like that name, because the wolf does some work in the night. Poor cattle ranchers and others, they're afraid of the night wolf because he's going to eat. And we got to eat. And we got to provide food for our family, a future for them. And we can't be afraid to step up to what is demanded of us by God to defend the life that he gave us. and to pass on to our children a better life, even on our death.
You know what, brother? If you were to walk into any mosque in America and you just laid your hands on the first person or the third person or the fifth person that you see, you realize that you're laying your hands on a Native American?
I believe.
There were only 8% of the slaves that came to America. So, how is it that there are so many more people that they claim are Black or African American? I think they got the numbers wrong, because a lot of Native Americans, they got the number African American that they claim are Black or African American. I think they got the numbers wrong, because a lot of Native Americans are the ones that they're counting as Black folks too.
Well, we're really one.
Yeah.
We're not going to let them count this is Native American, this is Black. Hell no. We are the original people of the earth. This is Black.
Shut the fuck up, Farrakhan.
As Black folks too. A lot of Native Americans are the ones that they're counting as Black folks too.
Well, we're really one.
Yeah.
We're not going to let them count this is Native American, this is Black. Hell no. We are the original people of the earth. I remember a few years ago, I was in Africa.
Pause it just for a second, Sharice, because you know you're going to lead to the out of Africa thing when you say the original people of the earth. But we already know, again, this is 10 years ago. And unfortunately, he's one step on the grave and one foot on the banana peel. But this suggestion of we, you notice how the anthem took off during Black History Month at the Super Bowl, not like us. And we have backed off. But we have not stood tall on what does not like us mean. You feel me, sis? I got something in the private chat to you for you, just yucks and giggles. After you finish this video, if you hadn't seen this, and I'm gonna give Dapperton his credit, but I need you to play this because this shit is hilarious.
Play what?
It's in the private chat. After you finish, cooking on what Nightwolf and Farrakhan is doing.
Yeah, I mean, because I kind of want to address what he was saying, and he said that when you go into a mosque and you put your hand on the first person you see, or the second person you see, or the third or the fourth person you see, that you're touching a quote Native American. I mean, I wish he would have just said American Indian, but like I said,
no, see, he's trying to insinuate that Ancestry.com bullshit. Remember, when you get your breakdown, you notice how small the percentage is for Native American when they try to throw us all over in these different African designations. So he's actually reiterating that false narrative that like only 1 out of 3 of y'all. You feel me, sis? But go ahead, cook on it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I think they got the numbers wrong.
But then he turns around and says he think they got the numbers wrong. So he even made it a point to say that only 8% or whatever, which we know is way less than 8% now, came over here via the slave trade. So somebody ain't telling the truth. So I don't think he's completely off base. I just think that
remember, he's still trying to insinuate himself. He is still he's trying to do the same thing that Russell Means did. He's trying to not tell people the American Indian movement, by the way, which was started in Minnesota, where George Floyd was unalive. Okay, in the same breath, referencing the ideas and the agendas of urban Indians, police brutality, housing, civil rights, marginalization, all those things in the wake of the 60s was targeting the American known as the Negro, correct?
Yeah.
And this American Indian movement was started by urban nigger Indians, but then got transferred when they went to Standing Rock or the Buffalo situation or with Russell Means and Congress and stuff. That's when it transferred to reservation dogs. You feel me? They co-opted the American Indian movement and turned it over to them when it actually started from the American Indians who were considered urban. You feel me what I'm saying? But go ahead, sis.
Definitely. And that's why I want to point that out, because it's sick, because the identity around indigeneity and being people of the planet, yeah, that could be true in a retrospect, but I mean, and I would say that that's true in a retrospect, but I think they like to put that as the at the forefront versus saying no, the Black Americans or are the original people of
Yeah, but
America
again,
as
remember
well.
how
Sickening.
the diabolical way they're using indigenous is why the Pope ran up to Canada in March of 2023, denouncing the Doctrine of Discovery, declaring the Native Americans to be First Nations and indigenous. You see the script, correct?
Yeah.
But no one touches Aboriginal. They want to keep telling you that's Australian. And never do you hear autonomous. Which only means from the soil. Literally. Sprung from the soil. Now, what soil did they originate from if they're Siberian Husky Mongoloid hybrids?
The soil of Siberia. they sprung from the ice bridge.
Which is their story. We didn't put that story on them.
Nope.
That's the story that they tell. They are the first immigrants by foot. And everyone else is by boat, by plane, by crawling over the fence. But those are still immigrants, right? You think I care about the timeline? The only people who sprung literally from the soil in North, Central, and South America, but specifically the 48, because technically it could be construed that they are aboriginal to their Caribbean islands, to Mexico, Central and South America, but that's where you're American. From there, not you're transferring yourself to the United States and now calling yourself American with a hyphen. Arab, Asian, African, Native, and Hispanic American in the United States, correct?
Yep. I need to find that clip. I don't know where it is, but I know
where he was talking about his wife. I think that was further on after what Night Wolf was talking about.
he was talking
And
about.
Farrakhan talked about her being in that circle and that ceremony, because that was because they had went in solidarity, like he said earlier. They went out there. Remember Standing Rock and all that type of stuff, particularly the Keystone Pipeline, etc. But go ahead.
Yeah, but real quick, I want to kind of we could play that video you put in the back in a minute, but I kind of want to go back to this, but I want to kind of shift gears since we are talking about the native Siberian people.
Years, there's a new discovery that's changing what we think we know about how the Americas were settled.
So there's this team at Florida State University that discovered stone tools alongside mastodon bones. That means they found the oldest known site of human life in the southeastern U.S. Consider that. Think about it for just a second.
The Southeast?
We're joined now by Florida State University.
Hold up.
Now, Florida. Okay, well, I'm not going to interrupt, but don't forget Albert Perry, South Kakalaki, and the Yamasee, and the Timucua, and all the confederacies that would go from what we call Seminole up into Powhatan, up into Iroquois. This is all East Coast, right? But where he's saying a mastodon is at?
Southeast.
Go ahead, cook, sis, cook.
So there's this team at Florida State University that discovered stone tools alongside mastodon bones. That means they found the oldest known site of human life in the southeastern U.S. Consider that. Think about it for just a second. We're joined now by Florida State University Assistant Professor Jesse Holligan. Professor Holligan, good morning to you.
Good morning to you guys.
So put into just layman's waking up Saturday morning, eating my Wheaties terms, what this means, the discovery of these tools.
So these bones and artifacts show that people were in Florida 1,500 years earlier than a lot of people accept the Americas were colonized. And more importantly, a lot of us were taught that the Americas were colonized by some folks coming through an ice-free corridor from Alaska through Canada into North and South America around 13,500 years ago. That's what most high school textbooks say. That ice-free corridor wasn't open until 14,000 years ago. The site is 500 years.
Let's go back. Let's go back. Because we're not playing with these cosplaying people. At least I'm not. So the ice bridge wasn't even open. So who, you know what?
From Alaska through Canada into North and South America around 13,500 years ago. That's what most high school textbooks say. That ice-free corridor wasn't open until 14,000 years ago. This site is 500 years older than that, and in Florida, which is by any stretch of the imagination, kitty corner across the continent from Alaska. So it means that we really have to re-examine how and when the Americas were colonized.
So this is on its face fascinating, but when I look at the pictures and the images here, it's underwater.
Yes.
Some underwater sinkhole. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes, it's a sinkhole in the bottom of the Osceola River. The people weren't, however, scuba diving 14,500 years ago. This was a site that would have been an isolated pond about 130 miles from the coast at the time people were here 14,500 years ago, because sea levels were almost 300 feet lower then, and Florida was nearly twice as big.
Okay, so we're just learning of this morning. As a non-archaeologist, I'm excited about this, but tell me, having discovered this, what you felt, what went through your mind when you realized the implications of this discovery.
Oh, it was so exciting. Though, to be fair, we were building on research done by a number of archaeologists in the 80s and 90s who had already done some excavations at the sinkhole. They found a tusk with human-made, they said, cut marks, but it wasn't widely accepted by the archaeological community. So we were actually there to reevaluate their claims. And so finding the stone knife that we discovered really showed that they had been correct. The stone knife, there's absolutely no way that could be made by nature. Whereas some people had proposed that the marks on the cuts could have been caused by elephants. And by elephants, I mean mastodons stomping around on the tusk later on. And our knife showed that there's no way that wasn't done by people. So it wasn't that we lucked into this layer. We were really building on some previous research. But that being said, I don't think any of us slept the night that we found the biface. Everybody was very, very, very excited. And it's been so rewarding to get to work in that sink and find these things.
Well, I imagine you all were very excited. Assistant professor at university.
So the point here of this particular video that I'm showing is that when they found these tools were older than the people who claim to have crossed the land bridge. That's what they're saying. They're saying
not only that, now we're saying it's a minimum 14,000, could be 20,000. But whichever timeline you want to work, that's a hell of a lot of walking from the fucking tip of Alaska to the Gulf of Mexico.
Canada, child bye. I ain't got time for it.
In addition, remember, the sea levels were 300 feet lower. Florida, that we call Florida today, which again is a settlement from the Spaniards, and it went all the way to Mississippi. If you've ever heard Chief Warhorse, who's out there in New Orleans, said they went to sleep one night in West Florida and woke up in the state called Louisiana. But anyway, if you want to keep cooking on, I want to remind you about Victor Blackwell, was the same brother that African American museum in South Carolina. You remember the revelation she pulled on him? But go ahead, sis.
Upon our people, his mad upon our ancestors. Shout out to Michael Akamak Harris up in the chat. That's his people too. He related to Saravini too. So shout out to Akamak if he's still in the chat. Yep, that's his cousin or something up there on the screen. But yeah, that was a beautiful situation. And even still in the midst of that, they're still trying to connect African slavery to him. You can't connect that to him.
But let's not forget the whole setup was to date a mastodon. What's a mastodon again?
That's an elephant, right?
That old woolly mammoth motherfuckers.
Yeah, big elephant. Big one.
In Florida.
Yep.
In Florida.
Amsterdam.
Florida.
And that's what they said. The knife had to be made by a human. That's what they said, and they're saying that there's no way that they could have crossed the land bridge during that time because this site is 500 years earlier, and the land bridge wasn't open.
Let me tell you some diabolical shit. This is when I first ran across Cuddy, and I don't know if you was in the mix then. When I first introduced myself to him, you familiar with American Gods, the series on Stars? There's a diabolical section where they showed the supposed land bridge story, bringing an elephant head from the Aryan belief systems, if you feel what I'm saying, sis, with the matriarch crossing the land bridge, frigid and frozen, and them motherfucking spears and arrows that was repelling these bastards on our shores. They never showed you the people, baby girl. They never showed a depiction of the people. The first 5 minutes of the beginning episode with the Vikings trying to roll up on our shores, they couldn't get off the beach because the arrows descended on their ass. They never showed a depiction of the people. You feel me, sis?
Because they know what time it is, and they know who it is that they be finding too. But they try to cover that mess up as well. Try to act like they're not finding our people lit all over this place. Bones lit up around here. And somehow they're trying to still connect it to these Siberians out. And then you find out y'all ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
And one final thing of some diabolical shit was the supposed imposter, actual pretendians, Native Americans rolled up on Cop City in Atlanta. I forgot the name of the forest. It was Wilano or something, whatever the name of the Aboriginal or American Indian name of the forest was, but it's where they were trying to create that Cop City complex, the largest on the planet. This wench, supposed Native American lawyer, claimed they were coming to evict and serve the Negro, the coon buffoon black mayor of Atlanta, with eviction papers, and was going to go all the way backwards across the Trail of Tears and illicit eviction notices because they declared themselves the Muskogee Creek caretakers who have been here 12,000. You remember that shit?
Was it Cuddy showing that?
That was Cutaculus cutting up because he is a Muskogee by birth, by lineage.
Damn contemporary. Get out of here. Contemporary. You're modern day, boo. That's what that means.
That's why you're going to get a good chuckle out of this when you show this. And I hope this is a real movie and not an AI trailer.
But this, this is off the news. So I don't know.
No. The video that I'm giving you a little comic relief. That's in, I put it in the overall chat, but I put it in the private chat.
Yeah, I remember I clicked on it so it could be in my tabs. That's the problem. I gotta close out some of these tabs. Okay, let's see here. Where is it?
And I'm going to give you a little hint here, not to spoil it, but Trilogy of Terror, if you go check that out from the 70s, I think this is a knockoff or a futuristic version of it. But
okay, let's see what's going on here.
Told my people they were Africans. You denied the Ameru Nation. Your nationality card is fraud.
He's taken another one.
We need control before this spreads.
You can't control him.
For the love of God, listen to Shaki, or we lose everything.
Shaki! 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 Shaki!
You're gonna get this work.
Shaki!
is what the hell is that thing? Shaquille. The original Confederates were black. That flag does not belong to you.
Light him up! Shoot it!
Where'd it go? I go where the ancestors call, and they don't want you here.
Shake my sleeve!
Yeah.
They buried the truth. They thought it would stay hidden.
Who's there? Show yourself!
But history has a guardian.
It's a doll! You have to be kidding me!
Whatever it is, it took out 2 senators in 48 hours.
His name is Shaquille.
Renata fell right here in New Mexico. The term African American is a scam invented to steal our birthright. Your time is up, Professor.
No. Your history is fake. The indigenous are the Asiatics.
Someone call security.
I require no treaty. I require the tithe of your illusion. Now, come here.
What are you?
This is not a church, Father. This is Rome's corporate headquarters. You teach from the Vatican's revised spell book. Christianity is the Church of Rome's political system, disguised as religion.
Who sent you?
The ancestors. It's just a toy.
You refuse to acknowledge the original man. What are you? Decoys must be stripped of their illusion.
Feel it, don't you? Who's there? The memory you buried still remembers you.
I don't understand.
You wear a mask that was never yours.
He's not for sale.
But I like him.
Some things choose you.
Mom? Mom! So what's his name then?
Nobody knows where he came from. They just say, if you wear what ain't yours, he comes for you.
Shaki! $5 Indians must go.
Oh, that's the shit's dick. You may, I know you're not old enough to remember, but there's a movie from the 70s called Trilogy of Terror. It was a similar type dog, like the bride, like Chucky, Bride of Chucky. You know, you see that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. What you think, sis?
I thought that was really good. It definitely gave Tales from the Hood vibes for sure.
Tales from the Hood. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. Tales from the Crypt Keeper.
Nah, they talk about Tales from the Hood. The movie with who's in that movie? What you call from Moesha's in there. You got what's the boy? Hakeem from Moesha. Then there's a few other people too that's in there. There's some big names in there. I think Butcher Khan played the devil. Let me see. Cast of Tales from the Hood. I think that came out in the 90s.
Now I'm gonna give back. You see this from his thing because I don't know where he got that from.
Yeah, Clarence Williams.
Oh, Clarence Williams the third.
Yeah,
from
he's
the Bond
in
Squad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Joe Torre, David Allen Greer's in that one. Rosalind Cash, rest in peace. She's in that one. Lamont Bentley, Paula J. Parker. I think you haven't seen Tales from the Hood?
I'm gonna have to pull that up, but I'm telling you,
pull that up.
this is
That
the
thing had- that
Trilogy of
movie had me
Terror.
scared when I was little.
Yeah, but the Trilogy of Terror has got this little, almost like a voodoo child, like a voodoo doll. That's what the damn doll would say when you stab your ass with a knife. It's called Trilogy of Terror. But yeah, this one's called Shaki.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because I think they got that from the little scene in the movie where the dolls was coming for those that man who was trying to be the I think he's trying to run for governor, or he ran for governor. He was living in a plantation house and the dolls ain't one of them there, so the dolls start going off. They said
I do not know if this would be hip if it was a feature film. I mean, that's a hell of a professional trailer, whoever put that together. But
Yeah,
I thought that would be good for some comic relief. So
definitely. Yeah, I used to be scared of that movie when I was little. I'm not gonna lie. But I said, like, now watching it as an adult, it was really nothing to be scared of, because at the end of the day, it was playing out the things that we see every day, like the things that we know to be happening to our people, even down to the the mess that's perpetuated in the hood, and it's sad, So a lot of things, I thank God for this truth. I thank the universe, the ancestors for this, like coming into knowing that, my history doesn't lay dormant on a slave narrative, but it's so much more deeper and complex, and it just took time, and it's a reason why it's on my back. I'm the one.
Did you see how he dressed? I wish he just went a little longer with the $5. He said a tail in it.
Yeah, let's kirk it out.
$5 Indians got to go.
Shoot, that's why they mad now, because they know that their truth is unraveling. We know y'all ain't original nothing. Y'all is not anything. Y'all are not the original people. Y'all are imposters. Period. So, shoot, this was really, really good. I got about maybe 10 or 15 more minutes because I have to go and get the kiddo from
You gotta get the chillins. You get the
yeah,
chillins.
from
Okay.
said schoolhouse.
Well, you go ahead and chillin with the chillins. Okay.
But this was
and congratulations to you. You started your schoolwork.
I have. Yeah, I'm almost finished with this semester. We got about 2 or 3 more assignments before it's all said and done. Well, I'm taking 5 classes, but I've been busting it out. So I'm very, very happy about it. I'm glad, after next semester and I start my internship and everything, then I'll be able to graduate. And, just it's going to be really time to really get into my studies the way I want to. I want to publish journals and just different things about this plight, because we need to understand how it all connects, especially to our mental health and why we have this mindset around just oppressive nature and thinking. And I think it's a part of the reason why we won't come together too, because of what history has said about why we don't, and what has happened, what took place, getting bombed on, different things like that. It's so many different things that people feel like they don't. I mean, a lot of people don't want to die, male or female, but mainly a lot of the men don't want to die under the guise of the way we behave and act. But I do think that this is a plight worth fighting for. So
Did you get those anthems from BAP?
Let me
I'm
see.
I'm putting in the private chat for you now, especially Mayday. But I just love her face, the way they put her on there, and just the depths of the chocolateness. But the way that they are using those very melanated, like used to be Grace Jones. I forgot the
Yes.
name of this young sister. You seen that they really big up in her lately?
Who?
I mean, she's so dark. God, I wish I could think of her name right now. I'm not sure if she's Sudanese or
I'm about to
Somali.
say. Yeah, them the only ones they really put on the pedestal like that. Those ones that come from, Sudan, and, like I know it was one model from Howard. They say she went to Howard University, but then they discovered her. But I think she's from like Sudan or one of those countries too. So
But see,
yes,
this is not, and I'm not spreading hate about Africans or those of
I
African
know.
descent. What I am saying is, you got to understand, you've been duped and you're being used. Now, when the chain gang, they said, came over here, a European, Negropean or not, and an African Moor was on each end of the chain. Which one was the slave? Which one was the slave master? By the way, I don't give a shit. Both of y'all need to get back on the chain and back on the boat and go home.
Yeah.
Do you see what I put in there for you? The anthems in the private chat.
Yeah, I got the song right. Is that the one? Is this the one I've already heard?
Well, yeah, you might have heard that anthem, but Mayday. I don't know if you're familiar with her. She's a young sister. I love her sound.
Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, this is the one that shout out to Brother Nasir, and his people over there doing a big one on this song. I like that song a lot. Shoot, it's great. And I just think we got a lot of work to do. I think it's time.
Yeah, well, would you do a favor for me with this old nigga as I leave out here? Play Mayday, because she said I'm here to collect my inheritance, and I yield.
I don't see that back here. Hold up, is that it? Okay, I'll play it after this one, since I already got it on the screen. Oh, well, no, we can play that one. Hold on.
Must be asked of the youth. Who are you?
Can I help you? Yeah. I came to reclaim my birthright.
Peace, this is Mayday. Hear the call, no play. They got the mic check. 1, 2, making sure the message stays straight. This ain't a game, this is closing the ranks. Let's give thanks to the ancestors standing firm upon these ancient riverbanks. A TEP production, yeah, you know the sound and the heat. Camaraderie is the currency. Success is tasting so sweet. Who are we? Where are we? Are we where we need to be? Still rooted in the soil, indigenous. We never deflate. Closing the ranks, gotta unify the whole fam. Stronger together, that's the powerful battle plan. From the soil, from the land. Yes, we're taking our stand. Unity's a bomb more potent than any quicksand. Well, closing the ranks, hear the rhythm, feel the vibration. Protect the culture, the mind, the future of the nation. We were born free, not enslaved. Understand the history. Reclaim the narrative, break the chains of false mystery. Isaiah said, make it plain, so the understanding is broad. Demons came with technology, their doctrines are flawed. Troublemakers of the earth, mental sodomies, the method, warmongering thieves. Where they step, everything shredded, the shedding the blood. The delight wherever they arrive, leaving massive voids, destroying everything that was alive. A classification scheme, a tactic to steal a terrain from aboriginal, indigenous to Negro, back and forth again. In 1 century, they tried to erase our foundation. From black to African American, confusion across the whole nation. But the wise men spoke truth, that shit in the deep stone. Our unity, one voice can never be overthrown. More powerful than atomic bomb, that's the calculation. Let's unite right now, fulfill the true spiritual obligations. In the ranks, gotta unify the whole fam. Stronger together, that's the powerful battle plan. From the soil, from the land, yes, we're taking our stand. Unity's a bomb more potent than any quicksand. Closing the ranks, hear the rhythm, feel the vibration. Protect the culture, the mind, the future of the nation. We were born free, not enslaved. Understand the history, reclaim the narrative, break the chains of false mystery. No more division, only precision, power in the vision. We rise as one, no ranks, close the mission complete. Da 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 da.
Can I help you? Yeah. I came to reclaim my birthright.
As you should, young bloods. Come on now, you whippersnappers. One final thing, too, I sent you earlier. Did you know about Sarah's Oil and Sarah Rector?
Yeah, I heard she was.
It's in the movie theaters. Now, I don't know how long it's going to last. They're going to probably try to drag it like Sinners. But yeah, Sarah's Oil is in the theaters. Let's go ahead, sis. Bang it.
Yeah, I love this song too. Shout out to the Enemy Family. Put this big one on this.
Hands up in the air, unified and bold. Shoulders locked tight, stories untold. This is the camaraderie, the brotherhood flow. We all stand in that for the people we know.
Field Marshal Brother Nasir, never back down. Talk your talk media, word spreads around town. Big dog, Philly OG, wisdom in his bark. Big aboriginal power, lighting up the dark. Key Norfolk on the line, speaking truth through the static. Open the knowledge, mind sharp, automatic. Church the realest with that unbreakable stance. Bro Sanchez bringing light, giving minds a chance. Dangerous music, Drake Cobbs on the sound. DJ Cuddy spins it, our anthem hits the ground. T wriggles, Dulcinea, voices join the crowd. Smoke signal in the air, make the ancestors proud.
We all stand, we all rise, act for our people, open up our eyes. Linked by legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher. We lift each other higher.
Supreme Chief Holiday, guiding with honor. Voodoo Child channel spirit, the feeling is stronger, no one left behind. Every name is a torch, lighting freedom's path. As we move off the porch, every voice different, but the heart's the same. We paint our own future, signing with our names. Forged by the struggle, united by the fight. One dream, one people, together in the light.
We all stand, we all rise, act for our people, open up our eyes. Linked by a legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher. Hands clasped in a circle. Ancestors hear the call. Past, present, future. Together we won't fall. From the roots in the soil to the stars. This is camaraderie. We stand side by side.
From
Yeah,
the
man.
roots in the soil to the stars in the sky. Go get
Yeah,
them
that's
babies and take care of yourself, baby girl.
I am. I hope to come, with more bills, y'all, moving forward. It's just like I said, I've been so focused on my studies and stuff that like YouTube kind of had to take a back seat to that, because it just had to take a back seat for sure.
Oh,
You said
before I forget, Sharice, whether you want to consider it assignment to take to your professor or not, that constitutional psychopathic inferiority document, you might want to slap them in the face with it and say, why is it embedded in law and why is it targeting the American known as the Negro to convince him or her that they're the descendants of an African slave in perpetuity, but it don't touch Africans fresh off the boat. Make that make sense.
it never will. It never will. Let me see if I could put this through the web browser. They want to hear that old dude. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna email it to myself real quick, and I'll pull it up. But yes, we need to. I want to go back over that. That's why. I mean, initially my live was entitled that. I hope I ain't got to join. Okay, there we go. My live was entitled. Well, I had another live set up to where I was going to talk about that document, but I didn't expect to spend so much time up here today.
No,
So
you did the damn thing, Sharice. But I just thought while you were pointing out those things that you were pointing out from that sister, was her Mays, Virginia Mays, I believe it was, the PhD that you were referencing. I was
yes,
just wondering if you understood that that was put in the law books.
okay,
This
that's
pronouncement and this determination that puts us in becoming minors, becoming wards, becoming property, because we are deemed to be constitutionally pathological inferior.
exactly. Naturalist, you got to put up the remix, right? Oh, to come. Oh, okay, I could play that because I'm really about to get out of here in a minute. But I just kind of wanted to take some. I'll take some requests with no problem. But yeah, you're right, and that's why I was trying to connect it all back, Ali Bamu, like so we can understand like the mental warp behind a lot of this and how we are being treated from all angles and all aspects, and then we turn around and we take on the same thing. We take it on. So it's just, when I say we take it on, like I just mean that, in terms of our actions and how we
Well, we
behave.
do have to kind of point out those things that are us taking it on, like suggested. Back in the day, if you would have called your grandparents black, there was blood to be drawn. Hell, some wouldn't tolerate being referred to as Negro, and colored was something that we eased into. Just like a colloquial phrase, well, it's color folks and all that stuff. But if you called a Negro black, this was
Yeah,
a beat down coming.
they said that was fighting words. That's what they said. So there's no way, you know what I'm saying, that they could act like that was an acceptable term used. I know, shoot, I had an ancestor, he wanted to get rid of the word Negro. They wanted to get rid of all of that stuff. None of that stuff was describing who we are. So and it still got to go. We still got to remove that from our vocabulary.
Some say we ain't old shit. Ain't that a bitch? I challenge you to prove us wrong. My ancestors' bones are buried deep in American dirt. The deeper you dig, the longer the timeline gets. I'll continue to speak through song, but I will not forget to speak through actions. I'm not a believer. If I choose to know, I know where I stand. I know where I'm from and I know where I'm headed. I implore you to know thyself. Because when you find yourself, you find God. Let's go! Whistles blow, steel mills, moan blood in the cotton. Ghosts of the past still lurk, not forgotten. Chains on the mind, plus chains on the wallet. 40 acres. How about a nation? They just stalling. Roots run deep where the magnolias lean. Dirt rich soil, but the soul ain't clean. Every lie denies the birthright of the bloodline. Payback overdue, you running out of time. Reparations, it'll never be in the mail. Restitution, just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own. Reparations, it'll never be in the mail. Restitution, just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own. Grandmother prayed by the riverside, weeping sins of they forefathers in the ground still creeping. Fried chicken grease on the stove still popping. Dreams fried crispy, hard truths ain't stopping. Jim Crow shadow still cast long low. Swamp water whisper secrets only we know. Told us to pull up from the boots that we stocked. How you fix a scorched field with a single shot? Reparations, it'll never be in the mail. Restitution, just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own. Reparations, it'll never be in the mail. Restitution, just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own. Plenty receipts for the pain they inflicted. Plenty receipts for the culture restricted. Took the rhythm, left us the blues, but the rhythm came back, now it's breaking loose. From Delta Dirt took a hope to streets. We the bricks in the road, we the drumline beats. Copper colored up, rising hands reach for the crown. Southbound justice paid back coming round. Reparations, the checks in the mail. Restitution, just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own. Reparations, it'll never be in the mail. Restitution, just another tall tale. Restoration of a kingdom, rebuild the throne. Redemption's the seed we've been sowing on our own.
Hey, shout out to old dude. That's fire. All right. Let me do one more for y'all and then we can get out of here.
Triple one vision. With the one vision. With the one vision. One vision, see the facts through the schism. Unlock the algorithm trapped in this lyrical prism. I search for the truth in the rhythm and the rhyme. Planting to see the reason in the garden of time. They follow the leader, I follow the signs. Connecting the dots between all the broken lines. My dialect's a scalpel, precise with the incision. Making the final cut, the ultimate decision.
One sound, one mic, one crew, that's the bond. From the misty dawn till the day is gone, this is camaraderie. The remix you hear now, we take a collective vote, we hold the crown somehow. One voice, one choice, we make the vision clear. The whole squad's here, conquering the fear. This is camaraderie, the power in the name. Burning like a holy flame forever in the game.
They call me Mama Chief. I bring the ground in relief, turn a new leaf, putting into all the grief. My roots run deeper than 1,000-year-old oak. Every word I've ever spoke is fire from the smoke. Got the wisdom of the matriarch, the strength of the stone. Protecting my own on this hip-hop throne. Empress Namaste, couldn't say it any better. We stitch it all together, stronger than weather leather.
One sound, one mic, one crew, that's the bond. From the misty dawn till the day is gone, this is camaraderie. The remix you hear now, we take a collective vote, we hold the crown somehow. One voice, one choice, we make the vision clear. The whole squad's here, conquering the fear. This is camaraderie, the power in the name. Burning like a holy flame forever in the game.
Yeah. Smell like a foxy shining by the moon. Dropping a Looney Tune that makes the speakers swoon. My flow was lit with silver, my aura's a gold sheen. The slickest you've ever heard, the illest you've ever seen. Shank rock with the beat, I glide on the surface, serving my purpose, making competitors nervous. Ends Parker knows the session, it's none your business. See, just the art, the mic, the beat, and the whole team with me. It's the ciphers, decoding the matrix of the beat. Then kill switch flips, bringing indestructible heat. From Marco Power's force to the bronze god's decree. The Navi poet charts the course for all the world to see. Executive sessions, yeah, the motion is past. The legacy that's built to last, the shadow that we cast.
Yeah, the camaraderie. One vision. Mama Chief, Looney Tune.
Empress Namaste, Foxy Moon, Chris Cypher, Marco Power, Ron Flat, Power God, Executive Sessions, Kill Switch, Shank Rock, MS Park, Known Your Business, Navi Poet, we all here.
All right, y'all. Man, that was great. I enjoyed myself today, y'all, for real. Shoot, about to be damn near 5 hours going in. And, you know, I just love this. I love this shit. We got to keep building on it and keep doing what we do, like standing on truth, standing on business. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just glad it just wasn't no interruptions in here today. Like, it was just peace, love, and light. And yeah, I had a good time. Like, shout out, I got up to 60 people in the live today. So that was great. So shout out to everybody that popped in and out, who liked the show, who, you know, support Sharice the Realist, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate y'all and I support y'all and I love y'all, you know, and I hopefully, you know, I'll be able to come on sooner. You know, I got some homework I got to finish up this weekend, no lie, y'all. So I don't know, you know, you may see me pop up in the chat over there, you know, you may not. Because like I said, like life been lifing on me for real, y'all. And it's just like I said, it's the focus is clear. You know, the understanding is clear. And we have to get on board with what the truth is and not being able to romanticize outright lies. So real quick, if I didn't get a chance to shout you out earlier during the session, my apologies. I think I had saw Straight Smoke. I saw, of course, Live and Learn. He always calling me Charisma. I actually kind of like that. Mama Chief. I don't know. I think I did say hello to Mama Chief. Epic Studies. Thank you for joining the panel. Old Dude. I always appreciate your love and support. You always come through, fam. Darvis. Peace to you. Who else I ain't getting? None get business. Hey, sis. I thought I saw Copper Goddess pop in for a second, my other sister. But shout out to everybody. A Mary Gal, my big sis. I don't know. She might be my little sis, though. I got to find out. So, Akamak, shout out to you, as you know. You know what I'm saying? Like, and Mama Chief is right. You do need to do a couple bills and pull through. And Christopher Craig, I saw Christopher Craig too. Hey, Christopher Craig, if you listening, man, you need to drop your email. Like, I think you are someone that people would love to hear from. I'll give you your own show on this joint. Shoot, and who else? Oh, damn, Copper Goddess. Hey, boo. Engine Radio. Hey. Who else I didn't get a chance to speak to? You know, if I didn't get a chance to speak to you, just pop a quick comment. I would love to see some sunflowers and just, you know, just all love in the chat, because that's what this is about. You know, we have to stay true to who we are. We have to stay true to what we know. We have to stay true to what's logical and factual and what's rational and what's real. And that's it. All right, I'm about to take a picture of that jump. Yeah, Christopher Curry, look out in your email for me soon too. And yeah, reclassified Black White India. Hey, boo. Yes. And I think I saw Brown Liquor No Ice earlier. Yes, the whole family came through. So just shout out to you guys. I always appreciate, like I said, the love and support. You know, shout out to all the Amerindians. Bliss to you all. And just know, man, we got to stand on this business. We don't have to feed into naysayers. Naysayers without any real information, without anything to contribute, just mass regurgitators of information without any real research. Tim Washington, Big Chief All-American. Yep, it was people I didn't shout out. Just, yeah, man. Like, that's why it was important for me to talk about the slave trade a little bit today. You know, just the details around what they say really took place and what happened. And I think that's one of the biggest fallacies in our history. And we need to really get up on that. So just shout out to everybody, like I said, man. And we here to stay. You know, I can't worry about no other movements. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta stay true to this American Indian business, and we have to stay on that. Our true to the land business. Anything else outside of that is irrelevant. Man, hey, trust me. Hey, I feel like if people hate you or people dislike you, you doing something right. People always get upset. You know what I'm saying? They expect you to agree with everything they say. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how my sister be. Where did you get this mindset from? She be so surprised. I'm like, look, when you see things for what it is, your mindset change on everything. On everything. And that's just what it is. Like, I'm not having it with these, you know, these Native Americans and none of them. That's why Trump was on y'all. And I hope he get back on y'all. Seriously, on my soul. So yeah, y'all, that's really all I got. Like I said, I got up to 60 people today. That was good for me. That was good for me. And I'm really happy with that number. That's really a blessing. Shout out to everybody that came through. You know what I'm saying? We got to stay on key. We got to stay on code with each other. For real. So on that note, it's been almost 5 hours. I enjoyed myself though. That's what's so crazy. And I was like, I know the moment I get on this live, that time gonna fly by. And if it didn't fly by, I don't know what to say. Yes, Nanya, thank you. Like, share, subscribe to the channel, please. Share it out to your kinfolks, your peoples. You know what I'm saying? Whoever. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything is not what we always see. It's more that meets the eye. You know what I'm saying? It's more that meets the eye than what we like to think and believe. We have to really go above and beyond reproach to understand the trickery that's been done and the destiny swapping that's took place. And we need to really be on top of that. Hey, Ariana Nicole, good to see you, sis. You came in late. But it's all good. Like, I be having a ball with y'all, believe me. You know what I'm saying? And that's what this is all about. We have to do more for each other. We have to come together. We have to have more collaborations and, you know, really getting this word out there. You know what I'm saying? And sticking to the business. I can't move around with the FBA stuff. And, you know, I ain't got no problem with them people. You know what I'm saying? Like, a shout out to them, you know, but I think that it still kind of takes us off of this soil. It still kind of puts us in Africa. And until they adjust that, I can't get with it. You know, I can't get with it. So y'all just understand, you know, and no disrespect to people who do decide to get with that. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? But they got a long way to go. Yes, and please subscribe up to everybody. Shoot, Big Dog Philly OG got a channel. Mama Chief got a channel. You know what I'm saying? Y'all make sure y'all subscribe. And y'all show everybody love. For real. But yeah, rewatch this, join you back. It was fire. We did some good stuff. And then we, like I said, hey, Lucky, you are late because I'm about to go. But I was able to tie it into like a lot of different things, just mental health and our mindsets, the way we think, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I still will stand on what I said when I say that, like, being told a lot of oppressive things about your people and who you are, it does impact you. And you will, like, inadvertently experience things, like, especially mentally, that you really shouldn't be experiencing. Like, you never went through anything slavery wise or traumatic, but you're suffering from the effects of being told that, and in some ways seeing the effects of, you know, Jim Crow, seeing the effects of oppressive nature, seeing the police violence against our people, also the violence that we perpetuate against each other as well. All of those things impact us mentally. So y'all just have to, you know, bear with me. I want to be able to turn around and connect it even more and find more articles around why they say these things about our people. And, hopefully, like I said, when we all come back home, we can do a better job of standing on business at home, because this is where we are experiencing the grief, and it needs to be checked at the door. So you all stay safe. Y'all already know what time it is over here. Sharice don't got no hate in her heart for nobody. I want us all to come together at the end of the day. We all need to be able to recognize certain things and be able to accept certain things. And it's okay. We all don't have to agree. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's things that can't be denied, and it has to be addressed. And if it's not addressed, then we're never going to move forward. I would love that epic studies for sure. Anybody that want to study, for not anybody, but people who are serious about studying, let's say that, we can definitely get together and definitely do a lot of research, a lot of digging. I have a huge bibliography that I have to go through. Shout out to Ace Demore, man. That's my man. Shout out to Big Ace. He sent me a full-on bibliography, and it's so many books, and it's over 100 something books and pages, and it's so many. I think, let me check and see. I could really confirm how many. It's over 100 something pages of just documentation and information, and I'm going to slowly be checking things off the list and going through that and sharing it with the family. And we just going to continue to keep rocking out. It's all good. We're not going to waste too much time on things that don't matter. We need to really focus on how we can move forward and how we can push this message out, and not only push the message out, but continue to be strength for one another, because that's what's the most important thing here to me. And it all dates back to our mental health. When it's all said and done, all of it is the identity situation, just everything, finding out things about your family that you didn't know, finding out these connections with white folks and everything else. It's so much. And I think that it's a lot of things we're not willing to accept, but there's a lot of things that we need to really, really build on, and really just understand that it's so much bigger than what we realize. Like, it's so much bigger. And, I'm all about the truth, one way or another. Like, I'm not going to twist words. I'm not going to do anything like that. I try to be as unbiased and genuine as I can be. You know what I'm saying? Even though people don't always agree with me, I don't expect that. I don't expect you to agree. I just know that what I'm learning and what I've been told is two different things. And I also say that what I am learning now applies to my family story. And that's how people need to analyze what's best for them in terms of ideology and which way they want to move. What applies to your family? Is there Indians in your family or not? Were they reclassified to colored or not? Did they come off a slave boat or not? Were they ever slaves at all? So we're going to get into a lot of that. Trust me, y'all. We got some fire coming. And it's not going to stop here. And while during Thanksgiving break, I'm really trying to prepare a lot of stuff for Thanksgiving. And, we really need to make sure that we get into some heavy hitting information around that Thanksgiving time. It's important. So I'm very excited. I love y'all down once again. It's time for me to go. I need to get around that corner ASAP, early, never late. Okay. And y'all just stay dangerous. And y'all remember, man, hey, listen, we have to learn how to talk to one another. We have to learn how to be able to communicate, because yes, we may not always agree on everything, but if we communicate properly, then we can also gain understanding of why someone thinks the way that they do. and why we think the way that we do. That's why I'm not in the business of telling people who they are no more. Look into your family, find out the truth. The truth, even the truth that hurts, the parts you don't like, everything, because it matters and it's applicable to your story and it's applicable to what we are trying to do here. And yeah. So, man, y'all know what it is, man, for real. Y'all know what it is. And we got to stay blessed and safe. And we got to do what we need to do. So, I hate to have to end it, but I'm going to end it. Maybe I'll pop back through tonight and, I'll maybe see what OTK up to. Maybe we can put together another fire build and keep on building on it. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to get back to the information, as y'all like to say. And we do. We got to stop arguing and fussing and get back to the info. And even if, you got people that want to ask questions and stuff like that, we got to be willing to pull out our arsenal and teach. We got to teach. If we not teaching, then we not winning. Because if you teaching somebody the right thing, and, not even the right thing, if you're teaching them what you know, like if you're showing, hey, this is why I'm saying this, look at this here. And just even based off your own experience, because your own experience counts. And people like to discount your experience if somebody didn't write it down. But your experience is just as vital. It really is. Your lived experience is important. The oral history that was passed down to you is important. So I will check that out, Christopher Craig. I will check that out. So, it's chilly outside too. I cannot stand it. I don't like that cold weather, y'all. It's the worst. So anyway, let me go ahead. I done said that 5 times. So y'all stay dangerous. It's 56 degrees. It's not that cold out. But anywho, love y'all down, okay? Good night.